Okay, so we're gonna go with Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started shortly. Will everyone please take your seats or find a place to stand? We're going to go ahead and get started. No? Good morning, Mayor. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started here shortly, folks. Just to let you know that we are the proclamations. Please make sure you maintain decorum while you're in the room. The proclamations, we're going to move the Eddie Guerrero Day proclamation to the end, so thank you for your patience.
Oh, that's right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to City Hall. It's great energy here this morning, and it's good to see all the faces and masks and everything that's here in City Hall. So we're going to get started, and we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Good
Bryant?
morning and welcome to the presentation of the Mayor's proclamations. We begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. This morning, we have students from St. Mark's Elementary School at the invitation of City Representative Alejandra Chavez. We have Rex Arellano, Noel Arellano, Martin Bengochea, Oscar Camarero, Luciana Camarero, Emiliana Gonzalez Payan, Caroline Harold, Elias Haydar, Danica Montezuma, Alexandra Montezuma, Brian Plundo, and Camille Plundo.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. For those of you receiving a proclamation this morning, your group will have up to 4 minutes collectively to speak at the podium. We'll have a timer on the monitors in chamber so you can keep track of your time. The first proclamation this morning is Public Health Thank You Day.
Get Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could have some, oh yeah, here, they're coming through the crowd. Representatives for Public Health Day today. Dr. Taneja, are you here? There you are.
Good morning, everyone.
Come forward. Good morning. This is a proclamation from the City of El Paso, and it reads like this. Whereas public health professionals improve community health by preventing illness and injury before they occur, complementing the work of health care providers who treat individuals. And whereas public health professionals help everyone by ensuring that all community members have access to resources necessary for a healthy and safe life. And whereas public health professionals work in diverse roles, including many behind-the-scenes positions to support local communities through disease prevention, health promotion, emergency preparedness, and equitable access to services. And whereas public health professionals collaborate with local, state, and national partners to address public health challenges, ensuring strong support systems for healthcare and long-term care facilities. And whereas there is a growing need to support public health professionals through investments in workforce development, mental health resources, adequate staffing, and professional growth opportunities to sustain their essential work. And whereas on this occasion, the City of El Paso joins all El Pasoans in expressing profound gratitude to the dedicated public health servants whose unwavering commitment to service continues to make a lasting difference in the community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, recognizing the invaluable contributions of public health workers and the importance of supporting their efforts to protect and improve the health of all El Pasoans. November 18th, 2025 shall be known as Public Health Thank You Day, signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tony Martinez, and I serve in public health as our workforce officer. I'm with my colleagues behind me. I create tools that help strengthen collaboration and support workforce retention. In support of our city's goal to deliver prevention, intervention, and mobilization services that promote a healthy, productive, and safe community, the Department of Public Health protects and improves community well-being by preventing illness, promoting healthy behaviors, and ensuring safe environments. These principles guide our daily work. By investing in workforce retention, we reduce turnover costs, maintain institutional knowledge, and ensure continuity of services that protect every El Paso resident. On this Public Health Thank You Day, we want to express our deepest gratitude to all our colleagues and fellow public health professionals. Today is a day to recognize the invaluable contributions that we make to the health and well-being of our communities. We are the backbone of health initiatives, preventing illness and injury, addressing health disparities, and striving to create healthier communities. We are the unspoken, often unrecognized heroes who keep our city safe, healthy, and strong. And this aligns with this principle. Healthcare is vital to all of us some of the time, but public health is vital to all of us all of the time, as stated by Dr. C. Everett Koop, former U.S. Surgeon General. Our work extends beyond the technical aspects of health. It is driven by passion, by empathy, and a commitment to inclusiveness. We work tirelessly to protect and support our community members, offering guidance and resources to those who need it most. Our compassion and resilience are key to maintaining trust in our health systems and ensuring that the communities we serve stay informed and protected. This supports the notion that public health works to serve the local communities and public health benefits everyone. Much of our work may unfold quietly, but its impact echoes across our community. Every day, we save lives by stopping diseases before they spread, by building environments where health can thrive, and by ensuring that every person has the opportunity to live well. And though our efforts may not always be visible, their effects are deeply felt in the lives we protect and the futures we strengthen. And this speaks to the big idea that public health focuses on preventing people from getting sick or hurt. And we ensure safety and accessibility to critical resources such as health education, screening, and treatment. We are responding to immediate health needs and laying the groundwork for long-term health improvements that will benefit future generations. Today, I want to honor all of us who work and are part of this dedicated workforce. The work we do shapes the future health of our communities and makes a meaningful difference every single day. Our commitment to public health is unwavering, and it is an honor to serve in this capacity. By strengthening our workforce today, we ensure El Paso is ready for tomorrow's challenges. Thank you to every colleague who answered the call, who stepped in the field, and offered their resources. Your dedication keeps our city safe. Let's continue this work together.
Wow. Representative Limon.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that message. I think one of the biggest messages that we can give is that public health has no borders. And so, especially in our community, that we need to reach out to all of our communities and close by communities. Thank you for all that you do. And Mayor?
Yeah, again, thank you guys for, for protecting the well-being of our community. Thank you for being at the front lines to make sure everyone can live healthier in El Paso. And Tony, I know you have a few folks with you. Do you mind if they introduce themselves?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Annette Gonzalez. I'm the nurse practitioner and program manager for the sexual disease clinic and the respiratory diseases clinic.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Alexis Padilla. I'm the public health accreditation manager.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Christina Macias. I am the program manager for the emergency preparedness program.
Good morning.
Good morning, Raymond Lucero, the organizational analyst for the administrative department.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Kasner, and I'm the lead epidemiologist for the City of El Paso Department of Public Health.
Good morning.
Morning, Council, Mayor. My name is Sylvia Ware. I'm the compliance officer for the Department of Public Health.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Brandon Rorig, and I'm one of the deputy directors for public health.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Dr. O's trying to hide there.
I'm here in the back. Dr. Ocaranza, the Health Authority for the city. And thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for all the support that you give public health.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor and Council. I'm Vinny Taneja, Public Health Director, and I wanted to take a moment to thank my team on Public Health Thank You Day. These folks are truly dedicated and passionate about the health of our community, and I also want to thank you guys for giving us this opportunity for my team to be recognized.
Very good. We still have a deputy city manager that's trying to hide on us.
Good morning, Council. I'm Richard Bristol, the City Manager's Office, and I have the privilege of being able to work with the Public Health Department.
Thank you. Congratulations, you guys. Is there one more? Nope. Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly recognize that we have a dignitary with us. Consul General de Mexico, Mr. Mauricio Ibarra Ponce de Leon, is in the audience. So just wanted to welcome. Gracias, Consul, por estar aquí.
Ms. Bryan?
The next proclamation is National Family Caregivers Month.
Representative Fierro?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, we all have a friend, a neighbor, come on up, a friend, a neighbor, a loved one that is either a caregiver or someone who benefits from the commitment and the love and helps make their lives better. So I'm honored to be able to read this today. Whereas this November in El Paso, Texas, we recognize more than 5.3 million family caregivers across our state who are helping their older parents, spouses, or other loved ones live independently in their homes and in their communities, where they want to be instead of being forced into costly nursing homes. Whereas family caregivers in El Paso, Texas are among 63 million Americans recognized this November during National Family Caregivers Month. In Texas, holds up a broken long-term care system, providing 2.9 billion hours of care every year, adding up to 41 billion in unpaid labor annually. This extraordinary contribution not only sustains families, but also saves our state's taxpayers billions of dollars. Whereas our family caregivers are facing great challenges financially, emotionally, and physically. They do it all, from bathing, meal prep, to managing medications, arranging transportation, handling medical and nurse tasks. Most, about 80%, pay out of their own pocket to help meet their loved ones' needs, averaging over $7,200 each a year. Whereas for the 67% of Texan family caregivers who are also juggling jobs, most must reduce work hours to leave the workplace entirely to be a caregiver and meet the responsibilities. Whereas family caregivers deserve our gratitude, but they also need common sense solutions that save them money, time, and provide support. Whereas changes are in not the family caregivers right now. You may be at some point, or you know someone who is. Family caregivers need support, including financial relief. I encourage all El Pasoans to reach out to family caregivers in their lives, thank them incredibly for the important work they do, and support them if they can. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of El Paso, November 25th be known as Family Caregiver Month. Signed, Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. ARP Texas is proud to thank City Representative Art Fierro and Mayor Johnson for recognizing National Family Caregivers Month. Good morning. My name is Liliana Mireles, and I'm with AARP El Paso. On behalf of AARP's nearly 2.5 million members in Texas, we thank City Representative Art Fierro, Mayor Johnson, and the entire City Council for issuing this proclamation recognizing National Family Caregivers Month. We at AARP understand the family challenges caregivers face every day. The toll is heavy financially, physically, and emotionally. So I want to thank you all very, very much for recognizing this month as National Family Caregivers Month. If you are not a caregiver now, you might be in the future, or you might be the recipient of somebody who is caring for yourself. So it is a selfless act of love that people don't necessarily choose to be a part of, but get thrown into that space. But as AARP, we also have two members that want to actually give a few remarks on their caregiving journey. Bridget?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Council. My name is Bridget Jordan, and I'm retired military. I served 20 years, and my husband served 21. I was his caregiver for 5 years. He passed away 3 years ago, And the caregiver journey was very difficult, unexpected. And I'm so glad that you're recognizing this, because at the time, I did feel like no one cared, no one thought much about caregivers. It's a very difficult duty. But I was blessed eventually after a year of caring for him, to get some help. But the caregiving duties never stopped. Whether I'm in the hospital, I did a lot of the things that I know some of the medical staff probably should have been doing, but it made my husband better, made him feel better for me to do it. So it's not that I got a break. You never get a break. You never get a break. You're a caregiver 24 hours. Even my husband was medevac back and forth to Cleveland, Ohio, where that's where his last days were when he passed. But I'm so thankful again that you are recognizing this. It's so important, just for it to be recognized, for caregiving help. That is something that's kind of hard too, as a caregiver, to ask for help, particularly if it's not given. Then you're very easily just to not ask for help again. But in his last days, I did get some very good help, and I'm so thankful. And also the AARP, and they had a website on caregiving, had a lot of good information that helped me. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation, which I didn't know about. So it is definitely very, very important. I was blessed to have my husband for 31 years. And that's all that, thank you, Sissy. But yes, it's important, and just thank you. It's a tough journey, but thank you for supporting it and recognizing it and just showing that you care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Gilbert Blancas. I've been with ARP for many, many years. But at the same time, I am a caregiver at home for my wife who's got Parkinson's. But many of us are caregivers at home and caregivers around with different organizations. We've provided, I have provided, glasses and surgeries for senior citizens as well as children and young adults. But I really appreciate this opportunity for this proclamation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, this is such a dynamic group, and it's a very successful organization, but they can't be successful without volunteers. And I personally had the opportunity to literally break bagels and coffee with them this morning, and they're just such wonderful people. But Mayor, sometimes we overlook our own people here. And what I mean by that is there's 3 dynamic city employees here. Lorraine Hernandez, I don't see her. Naomi Saldana, and Sandra Serrano. Everybody here is special, but thank you all for being employees of the city and doing everything you do. Thank you, Mayor.
And you guys articulated it so well. Each one of us in this room will need someone to care for us at some point in our lives. And the impactful stories that we just heard, it touched us. So again, thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you for caring for families and loved ones through some very, very difficult times. I have been in that same position where I was a caregiver for my sister-in-law, who ultimately lost her life to cancer. So I understand what it takes to do what you do. So thank you guys so much, and thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you.
If you give her your phone.
purple purse? Is that purple? Yeah, all right. I'll have you come a little this way. Perfect. I had to get real specific there. Sorry. All right. Look great. Okay. Can everyone see me? Oh, lavender. Hard to see. I have my glasses. All right. You ready? Big smiles. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got a couple phones here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Smiling. This phone is fancy. I don't want to drop it. 1, 2, 3. Airdropped it, right? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. You didn't have to laugh that hard when I said to the woman in red. You did not.
You're tiny.
Okay, everybody back to work? Yeah.
That brings us to the next proclamation.
Representative, go ahead, Ms. Fry.
The next proclamation is 50th Annual C.D. Jarvis Basketball Tournament Week.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll let the folks from El Paso High filter up.
And again, your group will have up to 4 minutes collectively to receive the proclamation at the podium. There will be timers on the screens, so you can manage your time.
All right. Welcome, Tigers.
Good morning.
Proclamation, City of El Paso, Texas. Whereas the El Paso High School Alumni Association has proudly upheld the traditions and spirit of the school known as the Lady on the Hill for generations. And whereas, in partnership with legendary coach C.D. Jarvis, the Alumni Association helped establish the C.D. Jarvis basketball tournament, now marking 50 years as one of El Paso's most celebrated and enduring high school athletic events. And whereas, during the tournament's inaugural year in 1975, Coach Jarvis asked the alumni for support in hosting the event. And from that first request forward, the Alumni Association has faithfully helped to run the tournament each year. And whereas the 2025 edition of the tournament runs from November 20th to November 22nd at El Paso High School, with teams from El Paso High, Mountain View, San Elizario, Socorro, Coronado, El Dorado, Canutillo, and Eastwood competing for the title. And whereas the C.D. Jarvis basketball tournament has become a cornerstone of community spirit, athletic excellence, and intergenerational connection. And whereas, through 5 decades of dedication, the El Paso High Alumni Association has fostered sportsmanship, mentorship, and pride among participants and spectators alike, while preserving the vision and legacy of Coach C.D. Jarvis and continuing to champion student success and Tiger tradition. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that the week of November 17th, 2025 shall be known as 50th Annual C.D. Jarvis Basketball Tournament Week, signed by our Honorable Mayor Bernard Johnson. "50 years, congratulations."
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. The El Paso High School Alumni Association is proud to sponsor the 50th Annual C.D. Jarvis Basketball Tournament. For those who don't know who Coach Jarvis was, he was a consummate teacher, coach, athletic administrator, and role model. His profound accomplishments are embedded in his legacy, accompanied by a strong tradition that will continue. The El Paso High Alumni Association has supported and committed their resources for the continuation of the C.D. Jarvis basketball tournament. With gratitude, we thank you for assisting us in promoting the special annual event. We would also like to thank Councilman Canales, Alma Rodriguez, Tatiana Abbas of District 8 for their commitment to serve our community.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alexia Guevara, and I'm the student body president for El Paso High. We would like to thank all of you here today for this very special event. The C.D. Jarvis is not just a tradition at El Paso High. It is part of our culture and something that we celebrate every year and brings together our whole community. We really want to thank you, Dr. Rocha, our principal, and I, for all of your effort in putting this together for us today. Hola, me llamo Alexia Guevara y queremos decir muchas gracias por hoy. Nuestra directora, la doctora Rocha, y yo estamos muy agradecimiento por el apoyo que tenemos hoy, porque nuestro torneo no es nada más una tradición. Es algo que unía nuestra cultura y todo nuestro colegio y nuestra comunidad. Queremos decir muchas gracias por hoy. Muchas gracias.
Wow. Morning, Coach.
Good morning, council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to be out here today. My name is Luis Celaya, and I am the head boys basketball coach for our varsity program. A few of my seniors are here behind us. We really want to thank you guys for allowing us to be out here. A lot of people in this room really understand the spirit of competition and the showcase event that these things can bring, especially all the Eddie Guerrero fans out here. Woo! All right. So we really want to invite everybody to come out. This tournament has been a showcase event in the city of El Paso for the last 50 years, and it has been used as a stepping stone for many of our student athletes throughout our city to be able to use, to be able to go to college, to be able to show their and highlight their abilities, to be able to use at the collegiate level, including last year's MVP, Jaden Leverett, who went to Chapin High School, who's now at Vanderbilt University. So proclamating this day is just it's just a showcase of the work that really goes behind all of this. Our alumni have really put together a great tournament, and every year they do a great job with the hospitality and setting up the tournament. So we really appreciate their efforts. Thank you so much. And then, of course, our admin, Dr. Rocha, and the assistant principals at our school, and as well as Ms. Cerna, who's our student activities director, and Alexa Guevara, our student council body president. I'm going to tell you right now, it takes a community, and we really appreciate you all recognizing our event this year. Thank you.
Great. Well, Coach, before you leave, can they introduce themselves, the seniors?
Yes, please. Come on up.
My name is Antonio Moreno. I'm a senior. I'm a forward for El Paso High.
My name is Daniel Reyes. I'm a point guard from El Paso High.
My name is Richard Arriaga. I'm a shooting guard for El Paso High. I'm a senior.
My name is Troy Bunn, and I play where Coach wants me to.
And Coach,
thank you again.
Well, Coach, I noticed the voice is a little hoarse there. How's the team looking this year?
You know what? We've gone a long way. We've worked hard for the last 8 months during the off season. Basketball's year round nowadays.
Yeah.
So they've worked really hard. We came off of a tough loss last night in a real close game to Eastlake.
You lost by 6, right?
Yeah, we lost by 6. Richard dropped down 25 points. So, we really put our best effort out there. We're open to get in the playoffs again this year.
Wow, fantastic. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Cardenas, and I am the president of the El Paso High Alumni Association. I just wanted my board members that are here, if they could go ahead and please introduce themselves.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
I know this guy.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Charlie Entebbe, and I'm on the EPHS Alumni Association.
Good to see you, Charlie.
My name is Hugo Arriola, class of 73. I'm the vice president of the association.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mary Helen Buentello, class of 76. I'm the secretary for the El Paso Alumni Association.
Good morning.
El Paso High. I'm sorry, El Paso High.
There you go.
Alumni.
Good morning, Council. My name is Gina Moranto Castro, and I am a board member of the El Paso High Alumni Association. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. Good morning.
Good morning, Frank Salazar, class of 81, board member. Viva la raza!
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Nicholson, class of 81. And I also wanted to bring up Angel, who has graciously done our flyers and our programs, and so we're ready to rock and roll.
Love it.
Angel Juarez, and I'm the art guy.
Yeah, good morning, Angel. Good morning, guys, and congratulations. Thank you.
And the next proclamation is Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program Month.
Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. What's that?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, and thank you all for everything that you do there at the airport with the hidden disabilities. This is very dear to my heart. I have a grandson who's autistic, and what you all have done, you do for everyone who has families and individuals that have these hidden disabilities, and many times people are not aware of what's going on, and so I thank you all for taking that initiative. Okay, so whereas El Paso International Airport launched the Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program in 2021, joining a global movement dedicated to promoting understanding, patience, and inclusion for travelers with non-visible disabilities. And whereas this program was inspired by a powerful moment witnessed by airport staff when a mother and her young son with autism faced challenges during an unexpected travel delay, moving the team to take meaningful action to ensure that all passengers feel supported, respected, and seen. And whereas the Hidden Disability Sunflower Program provides individuals a discreet way to self-identify as someone who may need additional time understanding, or assistance while traveling by wearing a sunflower lanyard, badge, or wristband. And whereas since its implementation, El Paso International Airport has remained the first and only location in the city of El Paso to offer this program, training staff, engaging the community, and raising awareness to create a travel experience rooted in empathy and inclusion. Whereas through the Sunflower Program, El Paso International Airport continues to exemplify the heart of El Paso, warm, compassionate, and inclusive, by providing accessibility and understanding for travelers with hidden disabilities such as autism, anxiety, PTSD, dementia, and chronic pain. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of El Paso that the month of November 2025 shall be known as Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program Month.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and a special thank you to Representative Trejo for bringing this proclamation forward. Together, your recognition of November as the Sunflower Month sends a powerful message that El Paso is a community rooted in compassion, inclusion, and understanding. This program is deeply personal to me as a mother of a daughter with a hidden disability. Not all disabilities are visible. Conditions like autism, PTSD, bipolar, or even chronic pain can make everyday tasks overwhelming, especially in high-stress environments like an airport. That's why in 2021, we implemented the Sunflower Program at the airport. The Sunflower Lanyard is a discreet and respectful way for individuals to signal that they may need extra assistance, patience, or support. Our staff is trained to recognize it and respond with empathy and support, helping to make a better travel experience for everyone who walks through our doors. We're proud to have been the first airport in Texas to adopt the program, and currently still one of the few places in El Paso where it's available. The impact, however, goes far beyond aviation. As more organizations, businesses, and public spaces join the movement, we're helping to create environments where these individuals feel seen and supported. By expanding participation across El Paso, not just in travel, but in everyday interactions, we make it easier for people to navigate the world with confidence and a greater sense of belonging, making El Paso a more inclusive place for everyone. The true impact, however, of the program is best shown through the people we serve. In 2021, we met Max and Nick, their parents, John and Elsa, who dreamed of flying. Travel comes with stress and challenges, so when their parents learned about the Sunflower Program, they reached out, and both Tony and I were excited and welcomed them as our very first participants. We gave them a full tour, walked them through the process, and their first flight went beautifully. Today, it thrills me to say that they are regular travelers, still flying with their sunflower lanyards, as well as Moon Pie and Kai, their teddy bears that we gave them on that very first visit. Their story is a strong reminder that a small, simple symbol can open so many doors and really change lives. A reminder that wearing the sunflower lanyard is always optional, and it can be used by individuals with hidden disabilities or their companions without any requirement to disclose any personal information. While it doesn't grant special privileges, it serves as a symbol of awareness and understanding, supporting not just our passengers, but we're happy to say our employees as well. Lanyards are free and available at the airport, and with your support, we will continue to create a welcoming, understanding, and inclusive experience for our community. We thank you.
Wow. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mayor, Council, thank you. So I just have a quick example. Once we went through the process of it, as everybody's been through the airport, as we're processing, you see the chaos, the quickly, hurry, get out, hurry, hurry. And then we noticed that the first time around when it was our turn, everything seemed to have slowed down. The lady behind the counter was super nice, very attentive, talking directly to the boys, asking them their name. It was just such a difference from what we were used to. My wife and I, we have a car lot. Shout out JS Motors. We have so we try to bring our family with us as much as we can. So just this, we've noticed a big difference just here at the El Paso Airport. Now, once we get to where our destination is, it goes back to the chaoticness. So you can't really tell the difference just what they've implemented here. So we thank you.
You're very welcome. Tony, you want to come up and say a few things?
You want me to stand in the way of Eddie Guerrero? No, I just want to thank you all for everything you do and for the proclamation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
Okay, without further ado, we have the final proclamation, which is Eddie Guerrero Day.
Good morning. Good morning. Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for coming out here today, whether you're missing work or school or whatever the reason is. I really appreciate you all coming to City Hall. Today, and I'm just going to do a brief announcement, we honor the greatest, one of El Paso's greatest sons, Eddie Guerrero. Gosh, I'm going to get emotional. A legend whose passion, pride, and unmistakable spirit carried the name of this city onto a global stage. And Eddie didn't just perform for millions, he represented us. He showed the world the heart of El Paso, the resilience, our being humble, fiercely loyal, and full of fun and fire. Even 20 years after his passing, his influence continues to shape the wrestling world. And Rey Mysterio, along with Pablo Villa and Roberto Franco, wrote some beautiful anniversary letters and articles towards Eddie's 20th anniversary. It's still felt in every young wrestler striving to find their identity, as you can see today. And I just want to recognize really quick before I read the proclamation, we have Los Cobardes in-house. That is the royalty of Lucha Libre that started in Juarez. We have our Jefferson High School wrestling team along with the principal and the coach, which is where Eddie wrestled. We also have Ivy. I know she's over here also, professional wrestler as well. We have our Lincoln Park Conservation Committee. I know Hector is here with, there he is. I was like, I couldn't see you with Gabriel. Thank you for being here. And we have Eddie's daughter accepting the proclamation today, and along with family. So I'll give you all a chance here, but let me take some time to read the proclamation. Whereas Eduardo Eddie Guerrero, born on October 9th, 1967 in El Paso, Texas, rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most beloved and influential professional wrestlers in the world, proudly representing his hometown throughout his storied career. And whereas a graduate of Jefferson High School and a proud member of the legendary Guerrero wrestling family, Eddie carried forward a legacy of excellence, charisma, and pride that began with his father, Gory Guerrero. He remained deeply connected to his El Paso roots, often visiting local schools to share his story, motivate students, and encourage them to pursue their dreams, reminding young athletes that with determination and heart, anything is possible. Whereas known to millions around the world as Latino Heat, Eddie captivated audiences with his humor, passion, and unmatched in-ring talent, earning numerous championships, including becoming the first Mexican-American to win WWE Championship in 2004. And inspiring countless fans through his signature motto, I lie, I cheat, I steal. And his proud cultural rallying cry. Very good. And whereas in January 2006, the city of El Paso posthumously honored Eddie Guerrero, presenting his family with keys to the city and awarding him the Star on the Mountain, the city's highest civic recognition. In tribute to his contribution to sports and culture, and his legacy was further celebrated through his induction into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2006 and the El Paso Athletic Hall of Fame in 2023, reflecting his impact both globally and within his hometown community. And whereas beyond his athletic triumphs, Eddie Guerrero's journey of faith, redemption, and perseverance made him a symbol of humility, resilience, and hope. proving that true strength lies not only in victory, but in overcoming adversity. And the city of El Paso proudly honors Eddie Guerrero's enduring legacy as a hometown hero and cultural icon, whose passion continues to inspire generations of athletes, performers, and fans, keeping his fighting spirit alive in the hearts of his community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and city council of El Paso that November 18th shall be known as Eddie Guerrero Day. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson.
Good morning.
Good
Cheryl Lynn.
morning. I'm good. I'm
You
blessed.
good?
Yes, I'm so happy to be here.
We're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
You want to say a few things?
Yeah, absolutely. Before I start anything, I want to thank the mayor of El Paso, Renard Johnson, Councilwoman Diana Maldonado Rocha, Office of District 3, for allowing us to name November 18th Eddie Guerrero Day. To the city of El Paso and anyone who took their time to travel, meet us in person, or tune in online, thank you so much. I want to give a special thank you to Chris Rojas, Julio Vera, and her team from the Office of District 3, Jesse and Melody, City Council, and city staff for putting this together. I truly could not have done this without your love and passion for my dad and your admirable dedication to putting on a memorable event that will truly be part of history. Lastly, if you knew my dad, you knew that God was at the forefront and center of everything he did. So I want to give all the glory to God for allowing my dad to become the man that we all came to know and love. From his trials and testimonies, his laughter and his smiles, and the very reason we are all gathered here today, the great Eddie Guerrero. When you hear or learn about Eddie Guerrero, we know he went through tough times. We knew wrestling was his ultimate passion, but most importantly, we knew his love for the city of El Paso and the people in it. Whether he was traveling and telling people about the city or coming home to meeting El Paso natives, my dad lit up, and he truly had his cup filled when doing so. He stood up, and he stood for the people in and around El Paso, along and across the borders. My dad stood for you. He supported you, and he loved El Paso and the people here. I remember traveling here when I was younger, to then living here with my mom and my sister from middle school and on. I did not have to grow up to know that there was something special about this place. You can say that out of everywhere we lived, no place has felt more like home than this city of El Paso, Texas. It felt like home from the mere fact of feeling the love from the city everywhere we went, to the memories my dad left behind that my family and I can truly say we cherish seeing, experiencing, and hearing all about. If it was not for living in El Paso, I would not have been able to truly get to know the person that my dad was. From stories of people who knew him running around as a kid, teachers who went to school with him, or locals who got to hear him speak at events, it was never limited to just the memories of him being a wrestler. It ranged from the memories of him being a high school student at Jefferson High. It was the advice he gave to people that he was able to pass on to my sisters and I. It was that they witnessed him being Eddie Guerrero outside of the ring. When my dad knew he had to come home to El Paso to find himself again, that very much solidified the importance of El Paso, Texas. To know what being a Guerrero means is to know it is not easy. It is far from it. It is rewarding, but we are built with a grit and a fight that we do not let up. Contrary to that, whenever my dad came here, he was calm, he was at peace, and he was purely in the moment. There was something about him looking over the Cielo Vista parking lot at the sunset when we would visit my grandmother, or how happy he would be to just driving around the city. He just wanted to embrace the people, the culture, and everything that El Paso is. Fortunately, I really do not think I can say the words, "if my dad was here," because I'm looking at this crowd, and he truly is. El Paso is a catalyst in keeping my father's name alive, and I, along with my family, have admired witnessing the love and passion the city holds for him and for the Guerreros in general. I love that people know my dad's heart inside and out to know what he truly stood for. My dad loved wrestling, but it was more than just wrestling. It was not even about having everything either. He wanted the opportunity to do his best and to show others that it is absolutely possible what you set your heart to. Now, as I start my wrestling journey as a third-generation Guerrero, not only do I plan to carry on the wrestling legacy, but I vow to be the next Guerrero that implements and reflects the heart and person that my dad was in the ring and outside of the ring. November 13th, I lost a father, but we all lost somebody we looked up to. Being here today, I think we can say Eddie Guerrero is more than alive, and he still lives on. And I hope that when you all think of Eddie Guerrero, you know, and you think of how much he loved El Paso. Thank you, and viva la raza!
Well, Cheryl, yeah. Yes. Sherilyn, you know, you said so much and you brought us into the moment, and thank you for doing that. And you said your dad loved El Paso. El Paso loved your dad.
Thank you.
And I want you to take in this moment, and I'm going to ask you to turn around, and we're going to all stand and give you a round of applause, okay? Turn around.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted you to enjoy this moment, and again, your father has done so much for El Paso, including, you know, his signature trademark entrance to the ring with a custom lowrider, to, you know, he wrestled with humor, charm, and most importantly, heart. And we cannot thank you, your family, and everyone that's here supporting your father today. And I think Hector wanted to present you. Hector, did you want to present something publicly? So Hector's going to come up and Gabe to present you with something publicly.
Okay. Let's give it a round.
Good morning. Hector, come on up, guys.
Morning, Mayor
Good
and
morning.
Council.
Yeah.
We're here, we need to put an image up on the screen here.
Okay.
I need a little help.
IT, we need the Elmo, please.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of the Lincoln Park Conservation Committee, a group that has come before council many times. We continue to work with different groups. Representative Rocha reached out to us, Mr. Christopher Rojas, who I believe is here somewhere. They reached out to us about the possibly doing a mural there at Lincoln Park. There is actually already an existing mural of Eddie Guerrero at the park, which is more than 25 years old, and it is deteriorating some. So we've had a concept, a proposed mural that our wonderful artist, Gabriel Gaitan, had created about 6 years ago. So when this project came forward, we went ahead and you notice the mural that's up on the screen. The bottom part is the existing mural, Eddie's face, and the family members down below. And then everything above would be the proposed concept for a new mural. So pending Mr. Rojas and the family and their group and the funding and everything else that goes into these types of projects, we have committed as far as having the artist available and providing the space, one of the pillars there at the park for the Eddie Guerrero mural.
Fantastic. Well, Sherilyn, you brought a few friends with you here, and it's impossible to take one picture in here, so I think we're going to take a recess and go
Yes.
outside. Is that right, Ms.?
Yes, Mayor.
Sure. Yep, Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the Guerrero family that's here. I don't know if you want to introduce everybody,
Absolutely. I would love
but
to.
before you do that, Sherilyn, so I give you the last word. I do want to thank the car clubs that came out today. I know Nano Nevares is out there from New Breed Car Club. Joe Acuna, I can't remember your car club name. Sorry. Just kidding, Joe. Just kidding, Joe. Leo, you're out here. I see you. There you are, Leo. Leo's car is one of the cars that used to drive your dad around when he would come to El Paso. That's why Leo's here today. And so thank you guys for making time to come out. Marco, I know you're here too. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you all for being out here today and bringing the cars. I know you take a lot of pride in that, and I really appreciate you being here and waiting. So with that, Sherilyn, go right ahead.
Yes, I want to go ahead and introduce my family today, if y'all want to come up. So, Kaylee. Most importantly, I have my younger sister Kaylee here. She's here visiting, so she came down, and I want to go ahead and just introduce you.
Thank you.
I have my dad's sister, Linda Rodriguez.
Thank you so much to the mayor and to the council for this, and Mrs. Rocha, thank you so much. And by the way, my little brother was born at Providence Hospital, which is on Monday night wrestling back then, so he was born to be a wrestler.
This is my dad's older sister, Maria Guerrero.
Good morning.
Very pleased to be here and very honored. Thank you. Eddie would be very pleased. Thank you.
And I have my cousins, Melody, Nicole, my uncle Gilbert, and I guess the main character, Carter. We have my little cousin here. Gotta give a little shout out to his wrestling apparel. Yes, but thank you.
Sherilyn,
thank you so much.
thank you again, and congratulations. What a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Prime? Oh.
Council, we'd like to get a photograph of you all inside with the family, and then while we're arranging that, I'm going to ask everybody in the audience that's the Guerrero gang, we're going to go outside, and we're going to take a group photograph with everybody along the tree area, lined area. So I'll ask everybody to join me outside, and we're going to arrange everybody down the entrance of City Hall. Does everybody understand? Yes. All right, cool. I'll meet you guys outside. I'll holler at you out there while we arrange photographs.
And the city council meeting will convene shortly after.
métase para acá para adentro. Pásele.
Council, this morning we have Mr. Tim Burton's government class from Americas High School joining us.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, Ms. Prime, we're going to ask him to come up. Come on up.
Do you want to convene the meeting?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Yes. Come on up to the podium. To the podium.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. You should be in front.
Hello. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I know
Good
you
morning.
guys are still a bit of on a recess, so I apologize for
No, thank you for
distracting
coming.
you all. My name is Tim Burdan. I was here in May. I don't know if anyone remembers, but I brought another group of students to come and see government in action. I think that's one of the most important things for them is to actually be in it and see their representatives. They're people
Good.
who actually care about them and want to support them. And it's easy to kind of get stuck in a book or on a computer. And so we appreciate your time, and we're just so grateful to see you all advocating for us and the people of El Paso. So thank you so much.
Well, Tim, let's run him through real quick and let him introduce themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
You want him to
yeah,
introduce every
abs-
single name?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
let's go.
Could we also
Whoever
ask
wants
them?
to start? Oh, yes.
Sir, could we also ask them, see if they know what district they live in?
Yes, we
District
have
1
talked about it.
through
We
8?
did.
Thank
We
you.
did do an assignment, so remember what districts that we're in, right? All right.
Hey, just look.
All right, Aaron, you want to start us off?
And you know what? If you're not sure what district you live in, just say 6-7. It doesn't matter. Good morning.
My name's Aaron Madrid. I'm a senior, and I live in Art Fierro's district.
What district is that?
What district is it? 7, right?
6. 6. There you go. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Camila Riola, and I kind of don't know the district number, but I live in the Socorro district.
That's Good morning.
Thank you. I'm so excited to meet you guys. Thank you for everything you do.
Yes, you're welcome.
Hi, my name is Victoria Carrasco. I also live in the Socorro district, and I'm a sophomore.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Lopez. I'm a sophomore, and I also live in the Socorro district.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, my name is Ariana Chitwood, and I am a sophomore, and I believe I live in the El Paso district. I don't remember.
That works. That works. That works.
I'm Jesse Rodriguez, and I live in Mr. Canales district, District 8.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Santiago Rascon, and I live in District 8.
Very nice.
Good morning, I'm Logan Bishop, and I live in District 8.
Wow. Popular. Good morning.
I'm Lexi Solorio, and I don't know what district I'm in.
That's good. No worries.
Hi, I'm Lincoln, and I live in District 6.
District 6. All right.
Hi, I'm Camila, and I live in District 5.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Kayla Delgado, and I live in District 7.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Christian, and I live in District 7.
There you go.
Hello, my name is Angel, and I believe I live in District 6.
Okay, wait for it. Here we go. Let's see.
Hello, my name's Akesia Aresa, and I'm in District 6.
Hello, I'm Alina Varela, and I live in District 6.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Tiani Carpio, and I live in District 6.
Hi, I'm Aiden Ibarra, and I live also in District 6.
Wow.
Good morning. My name is Armand Rodes, and I'm in District 6.
Wow.
Good morning. My name is Francis Gonzalez, and I live District 8.
There you go.
Hi, my name's Devin Alonso, and I live in District 6.
All right, let's wait for it here. Let's see what we got.
Hi, my name is Anthony Warden, and I live in District 8.
Ah. Yeah, there is.
And I forgot to say I live in District 3 actually, so
Yeah.
Ms.
Yeah.
Rocha isn't here, but just to represent, right? Try and
Yeah.
get all the districts that we can.
Well, thank you for bringing them out, and we look forward to seeing the next students.
Oh, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Prine.
Yes,
We're
sir.
ready.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers, along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Acevedo, Representative Boyer Trejo, Representative Nino, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, Representative Limon, and Representative Canales. It is 10:40 a.m. Will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting, and rise for the invocation delivered by Pastor Lupe Garcia, wife of Pastor Bobby Garcia from Grace Christian Church.
Good morning. God bless you. Some of you might recognize Bethany because she was here with Pastor Bobby, my husband, a couple of weeks ago. And he's actually in the building. He was supposed to be here, but he had a prior commitment with you. Somebody called him from here and asked him to cook a special Thanksgiving meal for you guys today. So he's doing that, and he sent me up here to do this. And if his Thanksgiving meal passes muster, then we know that we'll be good for next week, that we're going to be serving Thanksgiving meal at the Opportunity Center on behalf of our church and the community. So we just want to start today by turning this over to God first and foremost. It is the season of Thanksgiving, and if anybody has ever asked what the will of God is for your life, here it is. In 1 Thessalonians 5:18, it says, in everything give thanks for this, in everything give thanks for this and the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. So in everything we are giving thanks for you today, Lord. We thank you, Father, for the opportunity to be here, Father, the opportunity to have another day of life and health, Lord, to serve you. We thank you, Father, for your goodness and your kindness and your mercy. And Lord, even just being part of this morning today, so much celebration and proclamations, Father, where we can touch with so many parts of the city and be part, Father, of what you want to do and you are doing through the people that serve here, Father. We just pray for your blessings, Father, over the mayor, over city council, over all of the employees in this building and throughout this city, over the residents of El Paso, Father. We pray, Father, for your protection, provision, and anointing for all. And we pray, Father, that the talents and abilities and experience that you've given the mayor and city council, you would use those talents and abilities and experience, Father, but along with your wisdom. Your wisdom, Father, is what gives us the breakthrough, Father, to make a difference, Father, that's going to impact lives, that's going to unite, that's going to help us to go forward for a better community, Father, to build unity and strength. And we pray your blessings over the meeting today. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. God bless you all. And Bethany wanted to say, what were you going to say?
Good morning.
God bless you, and thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Bryan?
Yes, and thank you for stepping in at the last minute to deliver the invocation this morning. That brings us to public comment on regular and consent items. At this time, we don't have anyone wishing to speak, so that brings us to the call to the public. The City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. City Council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of City Council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the City Council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, Council may propose that a topic brought forth be posted on a future agenda. This morning, we have 8 members of the public that signed up to speak. The first person is Miss Elizabeth Crawford. Ms. Crawford's topic is sheltered from abortion. Good morning, Ms. Crawford. Star 6 to unmute your telephone. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Last October, I was in a hurricane shelter twice. I was in Florida to help work against the Abortion Till Birth Amendment 4, and providentially, I was there when Hurricanes Helene and Milton hit. I was in 2 school shelters within 2 weeks, one in Fort Myers when Helene hit, one in Orlando. When Milton hit, we were given a roof over our heads for free. We were given in Orlando 3 meals a day for free, coffee around the clock, safety and protection from the raging winds and rain outside for free. We were sheltered freely without cost, and I am indeed thankful for those many blessings. This Thanksgiving, may we heed the words of the psalmist as he wrote in the refrain over and over, Psalm 136, "Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his loving kindness endures forever. His loving kindness is everlasting." Several weeks ago, serving on the sidewalk outside of an abortion center, I met a young man named Antonio. I like to read pieces of his story. He shared it with me verbally, and I asked him to put it in writing so I could share with others. Antonio, he started with the scripture references, Jeremiah 1:5, Psalm 139. Antonio's story. I don't support abortions. Why? Because I wouldn't be here. My wife wouldn't know me. I wouldn't be able to touch others' hearts or give you my testimony. Being in foster care was full of emotional confusion, a lack of being wanted, being someone else's check baby, no real love. As I became an adult, I was able to find out the truth. God finally revealed to me why I went through the fire early. My biological family was full of incest, drug use, witchcraft, worshiping the devil. Based on what I was told, my great-uncle raped his sister, who was my grandmother, and had a child who was my mother, which could have been an abortion. Instead, they kept and raised my mother. Again, my great-uncle raped my mother and then had a son, which was me. My mother could have had an abortion, but she didn't. Through the grace of God, I was alive, born prematurely, 3 months early. God spared me. Bad things happen because of sin. But no, God will, or rather God can, turn your bad situation into a living testimony for his glory and a positive outcome. The devil will try to make God's ways seem evil and change laws and media to deceive and make God's decisions questionable. Remember, no matter what struggle or circumstances you're going through, just know there are beautiful, beautiful parents out there in the world who can't have kids and want kids, and your decisions can make a difference in a childless home. Think about this. Do you remember when Moses was hidden in a basket at first and was given to Pharaoh's daughter in Egypt? Why? For God's purpose. That's part of the story that Antonio shared. Antonio is providentially sheltered from abortion. We rejoice in this amazing testimony.
Thank you, Ms.
Give
Crawford.
thanks to the Lord.
Thank you, ma'am. You've reached the 3-minute limit.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Wanda Helgeson. Ms. Helgeson's topic is ground lease at El Paso International Airport. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Wanda Helgeson, and I am from District 8. I'm the executive director of Border Rec. We're a nonprofit organization that serves to coordinate emergency healthcare and disaster preparedness amongst our healthcare providers. We contribute to regional coordination of time-sensitive emergency healthcare events, such as multi-casualty trauma events, heart attacks, strokes, and provide significant work on disaster preparedness, coordinating mass casualty disaster exercises for our hospitals and our EMS providers. Today is National Injury Prevention Day, and Border Rec is shining a green light on injury prevention by lighting the star on the mountain green tonight. In August of 2012, the council approved a sublease at the airport for a hangar owned by TJW Aviation. It was noted for the storage of hospital and emergency medical supplies along with disaster response equipment. In July of 2023, we were notified of the need to demonstrate aeronautical use of the hangar. We submitted a plan to the city that reflected guidance that was provided by the airport. After 6 months with no response, we received a notice of default. We resubmitted the plan, waited an additional 8 months with no response, no return phone calls, no return emails, or even communication regarding certified letters. It seems our attempts to cure that default were ignored. The termination of the ground lease came to the council on June 24th as a consent agenda. We were not notified of that, but we were notified of a termination July 9th. The city received an FAA determination letter almost a month after that termination. We should have received that information to allow us to continue to try to cure the default. The eviction notice we received October 1st, was then denied by a JP on October 9th. The judge indicated that the city's termination of the lease was improper. Seemingly in conflict with the judge's intent to return to a notice of default and allow us an opportunity to cure that default, we again received a notice to vacate. I am baffled. After repeated submissions of the plan, after repeatedly reaching out, the city will not engage with us to try to look at our plan and figure out why we are in default. Will our efforts always be moot? I appreciate your time. We continue to look for opportunities to work with the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wanda.
The next speaker is Claudia Contreras Siller. Her topic is animal rights. She will be followed by Ron Como. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. I'm gonna need the projector in a minute, please. I am an animal advocate. Today I wear the Back the Blue flag because I love the police department. They're always there for me whenever I have to report animal cruelty. Today I was gonna tell people to adopt. I adopted a kitten a week ago that was posted on FitFam, and I wanted to talk about the importance of adoption, but a lot of things happened the last days. I've been looking for a cat, and I found him. Animal Services helped me out. Well, I think I found him. I don't know. This is a picture of an Animal Services officer helping me open a bag of a dead animal, okay? I don't know if it was the black cat I was looking for. It was very decomposed. He was not taken out of the bag completely. It had no eyes, so it was horrible. Thank you, Animal Services officer, for being with me that moment. It was very traumatic. I wanna talk about this person. He was on the news everywhere. Last year, he killed a cat with a screwdriver. Okay? He was mentally ill. A week before, he was rescued in the canal. And I don't think he should be in society, to be honest. The bond was for $100,000. The judge is not doing the job correctly. He's out. He has 5 years of probation, and he paid like $400 and 200 hours of community service. And this is a slap for everybody, like the people who arrested this criminal. Also, I want to use this example. This person in Juarez killed a dog. He was not taken to prison. He was taken to rehab, and he killed the pastor. This is the picture of the pastor. So we're not dealing with regular people here. Animal cruelty is a crime. Right now, Animal Services is doing a survey. Please hire a person that is gonna fight animal cruelty, that is local and has experience. This is the invitation. I'm hosting a painting party for the El Paso Police Department. I love the El Paso Police Department, and please fight against animal cruelty. You guys are the leaders of the city, and it's your job. I've been here for 9-10 months, and whenever this happened with the person that killed the cat, I took a protest to the courthouse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Como. Mr. Como's topic is exercising his constitutional rights to the Rescue 1983 Animal Services, and he will be followed by Patricia Osmond. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So let's start off running. A little over a year ago, someone you trusted had a meeting. They contacted rescues that they trusted, and we had a great meeting. We all agreed on the issues and the solutions, and you had some really great ideas. Really wish they'd come true. But my main point about this is how many of those rescues that were at that meeting were part of the ASAC committee? None. The person you trusted most obviously didn't trust anybody from there. We need to stop the misinformation, and I'm saying that nicely as I can, from people that are being paid by the city of El Paso. There are consequences for doing that, and we need to start enforcing these consequences for people that don't tell us the truth. We're tired of it. We're tired of one person making the decisions for animal services. One person should not be the only say, especially when that person is biased. We cannot deal with the best friend's friends and come up with solutions. We have been trying to explain. I've sent you guys, I don't know how many, I understand I send you a lot, but if you looked at anything, you'd understand from coast to coast, we are having problems with directors, Best Friends, Austin Pets Alive, and I mean, Best Friends has been selling this con job of No Kill 2025, which is not gonna make it, surprise, surprise. Austin is now, as a matter of fact, the video I sent you guys today is an Austin City Council meeting, and they discussed the problems with Best Friends and directors, and they're trying to find a director. And I'm sincerely hoping we do a much better job in our national search for a director than we did for the last national search. That, to me, was just ridiculous. It was another $50,000 we wasted, according to the man who did the search. Why do we do this? We have the ability to fix and solve the problem. When are we going to step up and do it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your job to protect the community, their pets, and their strays. We just had another dog attack last week in Northeast. Face, head, arm. When are you going to stop this insanity? This is now your fault. But we need to get away from one person making decisions about the shelter. It needs to be turned over to you, or she needs to be removed from making the decisions, period.
Thank you, Mr. Como.
Thank
The
you.
next speaker is Patricia Osmond. Ms. Osmond's topic is transparency, rights of citizens, and undue influence and ethics violations, municipal code violations allowed by city-paid people. Good morning, Ms. Osmond. You have 3 minutes.
So yesterday I did sign up to speak on item number 2. So I'm going to go ahead and start with that. Because you all had a presentation about Envision about housing. But it was very incomplete, which a lot of the presentations that come in front of y'all that y'all thank for having been done are always incomplete. Very misleading. For example, so incomplete, it doesn't take into account that a lot of the jobs here locally, for the low-paying jobs, a lot available, some of these people have 2 and 3 jobs. Y'all have no clue about that. Some of the housing issues in El Paso, high taxes, that wasn't mentioned either. Although he did mention Las Vegas, one of the cities that, along with others across the nation, that is banning short-term rentals, i.e. Airbnb, Bobo, something like that, because it harms housing. It reduces the actual housing in areas. Wasn't even discussed. But what it was? It was a PR developer gaslight all of the community because several members on the dais just kept repeating. Well, what can we do for real estate developers? Y'all didn't say, what can we do to raise wages in town? What can we do for all these people to elevate their living situation so they can afford? It wasn't that. It's let's help the developers. And it's always that with you guys. But this is the thing is that with a lot of what you all do, it is not about the citizens, whether it's the dog attack, anything. It's not. It's about whoever donates to you and how you can, what are those contracts to those same people. Today's agenda has a lot in there specifically hitting that point. And it's sad that regardless of how the good faith we have to vote for some people, once y'all are on dais, it doesn't really matter because the back of the house people that are making these decisions, making decisions now on the agenda, made poor decisions when before they had some of the positions that they're sitting in front of you holding, do nothing but harm regular everyday citizens in this town. Nickel and dime everybody. You wonder why nobody wants to be
Thank you,
here?
Ms. Osman. You've reached the
Look
3
at the
minutes.
mirror.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Eddie Chavez Jr. Mr. Chavez's topic is water conditions in the city of El Paso. He will be followed by Chris Hernandez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr.
everybody. I
Chavez.
want to thank you, first of all, for going out to our flag monument celebration to our veterans. We do everything by donations and who we can get together. I really enjoyed it because it was so full. Like today, this makes it worthwhile coming out to when people are getting activated in our city government, But anyways, I want to thank you for going out there. I'm very proud of you guys. Well, secondly, I want to talk, before I get to the water, I want to talk about this tax they want to put on the maintenance for the streets. When I came back to El Paso, after I had my first stroke, I went to Phoenix to recover, and I came back in 2008. And I lived in Northeast, and I got into, before we got into the neighborhood association with Ben DiMaggio and Rudy Ramos, our fireman, we got together because the streets were so bad. It was almost like a gravel road. And back then we had a good city representative, Sam Morgan. I don't know how many know. I know Lily knows him. But, I fought for, I hope you heard me before. But anyways, we had a city representative back then, and we finally, after 9 years, they had already started fighting trying to get city to fix our streets before I got into it. But for 9 years, we were coming over here and telling them, go out there and see our streets. And we finally got, Sam Morgan got them a bus, and they finally went down there, and they felt the street. It wasn't a street, it was all gravel. And I found out it was 63 years that they hadn't done anything to that since they were built. So finally, I guess they got the softness of their heart. We got our streets started with a neighborhood association. And then people started saying, how come they got their neighborhood paved and everything? And I said, well, you got to go down to the city and talk to them and tell them to get your street started. So it started like a domino effect. People started coming out and started going. And I guess Tommy Gonzalez finally got into it. And he got our program. I don't know, we got our funding, and we started this thing about getting all our street paved. I don't know what you all feel about it, but I think thanks to Sam Morgan, they finally opened and got the city down there to go look at our street. We finally got the ball rolling where we started getting all our street paved. Now, this about getting a tax on this, I think it's all part of the city streets. What I wish they would do is save some money and stop putting all these bumps. I feel like I'm on one of those lowriders. I mean, I go down most of those streets. I hate to go drive around. And I think the ones that got into the fight of putting those bumps on the streets, They're probably already dead. So when are they gonna take them off? When are the city limits? You know,
Thank you,
spend the
Mr.
money and
Chavez.
save the money and don't put
Thank
no
you,
more
sir.
bumps. Thank you all.
Yeah, Mr.
God bless
Chavez.
you all.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Chavez.
And for the record, Representative Maldonado Rocha joined the meeting at 11:02 a.m. The next speaker is Chris Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez's topic is street materials, and he will be followed by Eviana Book. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Hernandez, and I am here on my own accord. My statements don't represent any entity I'm associated with. First, let me thank you all for the work you do. I know it's a lot of tough decisions that will never make everyone happy, and yet you endure, and you all do a great job. But yesterday, an item regarding a street maintenance fee was deleted. And I want to thank Representative Canales, Rocha, and Abacedo for supporting the effort to bring this topic forward because it acknowledges the problem we have with streets. But I also want to acknowledge Representative Limon. I understand why she made the motion to delete the item yesterday. Call it a fee or a tax, especially considering the passage of Proposition A that approved $236 million for street improvements in 2022. We absolutely cannot keep asking El Pasoans for more money without answering some basic questions first. Right now, people want clarity on how much of the $236 million has actually been collected, what projects have already been completed, and what is the timeline? These are reasonable questions, and residents deserve to hear the answers directly and publicly. Whatever outreach that has been done on this topic, it's not enough. But beyond the money, I believe we also need to have an honest conversation about the quality of the work we're doing. El Paso is far below the standard other cities use when it comes to street materials and repair methods. Other cities are using stronger, longer-lasting materials, while we rely heavily on short-term fixes that break down quickly. We all see it every day. We shouldn't be spending tax dollars on a poor job. I'm not asking for a vote. I'm not asking for new spending. I'm simply asking council to bring the discussions back publicly so the community can understand the facts, the challenges, and the opportunities to improve. Prop A was a promise to the voters, and we deserve in-depth answers. A public discussion about transparency, accountability, and better materials should be part of honoring that promise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And the final speaker is Eviana Book. And her topic is immigration, land stolen, land being distributed, and failures. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning. You can guys call me Evie. So while Eddie is still fresh in our mind, and dreams do happen in El Paso, I really want you guys to think about the dreams that are happening with the people that are stuck in a detention center right now. There was founded 60 violations in Fort Bliss of that detention center with regarding like water, food, and food being fed to them, not being able to get to reach their families. And I came here to ask you, with the people that you are, you should have the most resources. So you should be resourceful and to investigate what's happening in that detention center and those tents, because that's unacceptable. Because we're no different than immigrants with a dream. And with all these things that are happening, people are getting taken away, families are getting ripped apart, and there's nothing that we're really doing it. What's so different when we're literally in a border town? Land of immigrants, built by immigrants. We need to show that kind of respect, our ancestral truth, and we owe them respect, and we owe them dignity, and we owe them unity. Because how can you guys sit here and just ponder the idea of what's happening to children, what's happening to families? It's unacceptable. I don't really have much to say other than the dreams that do happen in El Paso. But what about the dreams that are not happening right now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, that concludes call to the public.
Okay, Ms. Bryan?
And per the rules of order, no use of personal cellular devices nor personal communication should take place on the dais while the meeting is in session. Once you obtain the floor from the mayor, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate and may speak twice per debatable motion. Please speak into the microphone and refrain from side conversations at the dais while the meeting is in session. That brings us to the consent agenda.
Okay.
All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Ms. Prine. I move to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 6, item 14, move to the regular agenda per Representative Chavez. Page 10, item 23, delete per Animal Services Department. Page 10, item 24, delete per Animal Services Department.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the consent?
Number 14.
Removing page 6, number 14.
Yes. Page 6, item 14, move to the regular agenda. Page 10, items 23 and 24, delete per Animal Services Department. And we do have public comment on item 10 from Ms. Osman.
Okay.
Item 10 is a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign an agreement regarding mutual cooperation between the city and the Paso del Norte Community Foundation to coordinate with the Veteran and Military Affairs Program to provide a not-for-profit vehicles for gifts from private and other donors for the benefit of the program. Good morning, Ms. Osman. You have 3 minutes.
There's a huge issue with the fact that our council members are assigning a vehicle for donation to the El Paso del Norte Foundation. Not only are some of those members of the foundation donors of people on the dais, but the thing is that 10 is not the only one on the agenda assigning this, nor has it been the first. That same El Paso del Norte was handed by suggestion of then Deputy City Manager, the zoo. Stripped away from the Zoological Society, and the Norte Foundation lost the accreditation. That right there should be proof that they should not be handed anything else. But there's donors involved, so they keep getting handed this. But I'm looking at this. One that you all mentioned on here with the veterans, and I'm going to hit the veterans with this, is the Honor Flights. That's a nonprofit. You got a well-known video of Obama talking to a lot of veterans on one of these honor flights. That is not a city nonprofit. That is not anything. But what you all are doing by doing this with El Paso del Norte is you're siphoning what would be otherwise donor money going to veterans charities locally, whether that be the VFW, disabled veterans, all the other actual nonprofits in El Paso that can actually take in their own donation. But no, let's do this resolution so that Del Norte could start siphoning donor dollars to themselves from your proclamation and out of the pockets of VFWs, American Legions, disabled veterans, the actual honor flights, other organizations that are already nonprofits. But you're trying to hand that to El Paso del Norte so that they can basically steal donor money with city council approval from other nonprofits. That is what this does. Unlike the zoo is a city entity. I understand that. But now that you are stealing from other nonprofits, especially veterans nonprofits, that is shameful. Anybody who votes and just signs off on this, that's a vote that you do not actually support veterans in this community. As somebody
Thank you, Ms.
who's a member
Hausman.
of the VFW,
Thank you, ma'am.
it's
You've
shameful.
reached the 3 minutes. The next item Ms. Osmond signed up for is consent agenda item 13, and this is a notation of special projects, discretionary fund expenditures, and P-card transactions from September 21st to October 20th for the mayor, city council representatives, city attorney's office, and city manager's office and staff. Go ahead, Ms. Osmond, you have 3 minutes.
I go through the P cards regularly whenever it's posted, and y'all are starting to post them less and less regularly, so that citizens can't go through them. But you know what I see when I look at the P cards? I see a let them eat cake administration in government. You are using some of the poorest of the poor tax dollars in this city to go ahead and fund your catering. On this, just food alone, $1,194.39 on just food. Now this is the thing. How many potholes could that have fixed? But you're going to try to siphon other money. The let them eat cake mentality you all have needs to stop. If somebody needs to eat, hey, take a break. Everybody with their tax dollar funded paycheck can go to whether it's Luigi's or anybody else, next to anybody else in that area to eat and get something, and then come back. You all take a break, the employees can do the same. But to be funding everybody's little catering habits where people in El Paso, they can't go out to eat as often as you all are ordering catering on a daily basis. You understand? People in this city are paying taxes. They can't go out to eat. It's whether it's medicine, whether it's taxes, their utility bills, but you're using those taxes to go out to eat. And then you're still asking the citizens to pay other fees. Seriously, the let them eat cake mentality of city council and officers in departments in this city needs to stop. Because you could pretend and try to gaslight the citizens. Oh, how well y'all are doing. When in reality, the books show that you all hide a lot of it, a lot of the spending that shouldn't be going where it's going. And instead, you know what, hey, on the taxpayer dime, let's go order catering. Little hungry? Oh, we're just going to have a work session. Let's order. Hey, let's all have. Regular citizens can't do this, yet you all think it's fine. It is shameful. There should be somebody with a bell in that city hall every day ringing it. The shame, shame, shame should be rung every day. Somebody is ordering catering.
Thank you, Ms. Hausman. You've reached the
with
3
taxpayer
minutes.
dollars.
Council, that concludes comment on the consent items.
Okay, Ms. Bryan, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve the consent agenda as revised.
Yep, call for the vote.
On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo? Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take agenda item number 14.
Yes, sir. Item number 14 is a notation of delinquent hotel occupancy tax report as of October 31st, 2025.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item just for transparency purposes. I wanted to thank the city staff for posting it on the consent agenda because it is important that we review this every quarter. I know the FOAC had a chance to review this during one of our meetings. And so I just wanted to see if the city would give us an update on the process and where we are on all these delinquencies. I would appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Yep. And so we'll continue posting these on a quarterly. Good morning, Robert Cortines. We'll post these on a quarterly basis. And so it's actually a good thing, as you mentioned, for us to be able to post this. It shows that the city has taken action to ensure that we're collecting the dollars that are owed to the city. You'll see by the status that's included in the backup. There's several of them, several large items that are currently with an external collection agency, working very closely with our city attorney's office to, again, ensure that we're collecting the dollars owed to the city.
Thank you, Robert. Do you have any timeline on any of these delinquencies, or do you predict any of them being not paid?
So the bigger ones,
At
so
all?
as you look at the backup, there's one group, more than almost half of the amount owed is from one particular group. And so again, the external collection agency is currently going through the litigation process. Again, that's all dependent upon the court system and how long that's going to take. The others, we're currently in the collection process, and so those are currently, most of them are currently with the Office of the Comptroller. Again, working on the collection efforts. We'll give them a few months. If we're not able to make contact and move forward with any type of collection from them, we'll again defer those and send them out to the external collection agency.
Thank you, Robert, and I do appreciate the city being proactive. I think, identifying these delinquencies and posting them is a way to show transparency. So I think we're doing all that we can at this time to collect this money. Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Robert and Ms. Margarita and the entire team as well. I've read different things also online, and I just wanted to touch base on the hotel occupancy tax. It's not necessarily property taxes. It's the hot tax that is being asked for, right, from these hotels.
Correct. This is the hotel occupancy tax.
And can you kind of touch base on how we identify this delinquency? It's a good thing that the staff identified this, and now we're trying to retrieve these funds. Otherwise, if there would have been no process, we wouldn't be able to identify these funds that are missing. Is that correct?
Correct. And so, I mean, I know there's a lot of media coverage on this, and so instead of the negative coverage, I think it's actually a really good thing that shows more than 10 years ago, the city started doing audits on the hotels to ensure, one, that they're paying the correct amount owed, and then two, it's actually a benefit to the hotels as well, because some of them actually pay when they're not supposed to. So it works both ways, where the hotels are being notified if they're overpaying, but they're also being notified if they're not in compliance with what they're supposed to be paid, not only to the city, but to the state and county. So it's actually a good thing that we started about 10 years ago or so. And so again, a lot of that is done through the company that is hired through our internal audit department. They go through and identify, I believe, 20 hotels a year, go through an audit, review all of the financials information to ensure that, again, the hotels are paying what's owed to the city for the hotel occupancy tax. So those are on a rotation basis, and so they do, I believe, about a third or a fourth of the hotels every year, and so they're on a constant cycle to ensure that, again, they're being routinely audited to, again, ensure that we're collecting the amount owed.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, and I think it's important to highlight. Thank you again to you and the Ms. Margarita's team, and also I know this has been a priority for FOAC because it's something that we constantly talk about. It's part of our, our audit plan that we adopt every year as well. So thank you for all the work.
Yeah, and Joe Espino's here somewhere. I'm going to embarrass him, but he does a really good job of keeping up with the information. So the backup and just everything that's owed to the city and the delinquencies, Joe does a really good job on that for the city.
Perfect. No further questions, Mayor.
All right, Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this nice little table that is really clear on where we're at and the status of each one. I am thinking through this a little bit more just because of discourse that I'm seeing online and questions that I've gotten from constituents. Is there a way that we could create an FAQ on specifically this topic? Just because I think what's happening, the media is picking it up every now and then. Like I saw an article that we were going to discuss this today, right? And then a few months ago, 3 months later, after reviewing it at FOAC and the council accepting it, there was a random article that was there. And so I feel like it sends people into a frenzy of, oh, well, we're not collecting any hotel tax. And I don't think that we're doing the best in terms of creating a good narrative on how this is a good thing and how we've been doing this for 10 years, just like you said. And then the nuances of an audit is also really hard to explain in a very succinct manner. And so if we could create an FAQ like, yes, we're collecting hotel tax. This is how much we've collected every year. We're actually happy that this audit is happening. Some of these things we're working with them, or some of them are legal challenges. I think the public would really like to have that information, because they're automatically seeing a headline, maybe not even reading the full article, or the article is not very informative at that. And we are in this thing of every quarter we're getting a random article, and then people are not getting all the facts.
Sure. So, I mean, Ms. Laura Cruz Acosta, well, we've received several media outreach, and we've done multiple interviews. We've provided tons of information. Unfortunately, they're going to print what they're going to print and write what they're going to write. Yeah, we can write, work on putting a simple FAQ together on what the city's doing in regards to the collection efforts.
And at the very least, it could live on one of our websites, and we could just refer everyone to that, because I would love to send that over to constituents. Like, we have kind of looked through social media posts or comments or things that people are saying. We compile this list of things, and we hope that all your questions are answered here, and we could just be sending that link out. And then hopefully at that point we get people to understand what the process of this is.
Yeah, like a proactive page like City Attorney's Office with the open records. I mean, we can add that with because we currently publish the other item for notation on the P cards as well. It's currently on the website as well. So we can just tag team and maybe find one location, put that up on the website.
Thank you.
Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, there's a listing of 23 items on this page. And there's, on the status side, I spotted 3 different categories: with Office of the Comptroller collection process, City's Internal Audit Department, and then with external legal collection firm. What's the first one, what's the second, and what's third? How do they flow?
So the Internal Audit Department is the one that currently we outsource the collection efforts and the audits. And so those are all flowing through the Internal Audit Department. Once they have identified through that process that we have a hotel that's currently not in compliance, or we identified an amount owed, Internal Audit notifies our Office of the Comptroller. You all may remember a couple of FOAC meetings ago, there was a report done, I believe it was round 9 of the hotel audits. Several of those that were identified in that process, the hotels requested re-audits. So even though an amount was identified as being owed to the city, the hotel, for whatever reason, maybe they had information that they didn't provide when the audit was done, or they had other documentation, whatever the case may be, so they wanted to be re-audited. So some of those are still going through that process. We've got a majority of those worked out, but that may be the case for those. So when it comes to the Office of the Comptroller, again, they're trying to make outreach, trying to contact the correct owner. So that process usually takes a few months. Again, if we see no response, we're not able to make contact with the hotel owner. And typically it's probably about 5 to 6 months down the road. We'll want to make sure we're giving ample opportunity for the hotels to respond. At that point in time is when we'll send it to the external collection agency.
Very good. So on the owner management side, there's an owner or management firm that has 4 outstanding hotels, and then there's one that has 7. And so to me, that raises like a red flag, like, is someone ignoring us completely? Because they are on the external legal collection firm category.
Correct. And so the group of 7 that you just referenced, again, they're currently with the external collection agency that's going through, again, the litigation process. Ms. Neiman could chime in, or Mr. Gonzalez. It's currently in the discovery period. So again, it's the legal system that they need to follow. It's obviously a lengthy process, and then the back and forth. And so that's currently where that's at.
Ms. Neiman, you want to
And
answer that?
I don't have anything different to add, but part of the conversation that I'm having with my folks is to put together a process that would go alongside with the FAQ, so that it would be a simpler system for the council and the public to follow.
And I guess, Ms. Neiman, is my question then after that becomes, how long do we wait, or what's our longest?
So we have to file a lawsuit and then follow the legal process in terms of collecting the money. At times, there is a settlement agreement that is reached. Other times, we have to get a judgment. So It's the legal process that we follow with any other lawsuit.
Yeah.
So they're different time mechanisms. It's not all the same.
Have we gotten to the point where we've actually filed a lawsuit to any owner or management firm?
Yes, that happens routinely.
Routinely?
Yeah, that's what the collection firm does.
Juan Gonzalez of the City Attorney's Office. I wanted to introduce Jose Padilla.
Oh,
He's
I know
with
Jose.
Delgado Acosta. He's
Hola.
actually part of the, item number 15 was expanding the additional capacity to his firm for these collection type efforts. I'll let him speak to the process, typical timelines, and a little bit of background on the litigation portion of it.
Sounds good, thank you.
Good morning again, Jose Padilla with the law firm of Delgado Acosta, Spencer, Linebarger, and Perez, et al. So we do have, as you know, we have your delinquent tax collection contract. But we also have a separate contract that we executed, I believe, back in 2016 or 17, where by reference from the comptroller's office, they would send us hotel occupancy tax accounts that had not been paid off. Once those accounts are referred to our firm, we don't immediately go and file a lawsuit. We do send collection letters, demand letters, usually 1 or 2, and they are very effective in getting someone's attention. Unfortunately, when they don't respond, then we do have the option of filing the lawsuit. I do go through the office of the comptroller and the city attorney's office to get the okay to file a lawsuit on those. And it is impactful because the consequence of not paying your delinquent hotel occupancy taxes is an injunction, meaning that the court can order the hotel to be shut down. And that is a judicial process. I can't just go get an order. I have to get everyone served. And I can tell you that the ones that are referenced in your documentation are currently in litigation. If you practice law, you know that litigation is a slow process. We are now in the middle of what's called a discovery period with all of these hotels, meaning that there's an exchange of information. And so that usually has deadlines and timelines, but we're talking about months, not days or weeks. And so once we do go before the court, we ask the judge to enter an order to enforce what is available for the city to collect these taxes. But I can tell you, Representative, that we have not gotten to the point. In years, we usually work with the owners, let them know of their delinquencies, and then collect. We do have a pretty good track record. Obviously, I can't go into the specifics of the pending litigation. That would have to be something in executive session. But that, in a nutshell, is the process. And so, like I said, we do have those accounts that are referred to us currently in litigation.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose, for that information. And I guess at this point in time, my question would be, does the city conduct any business with any of these hotels that may be on any of our lists, whether it be at the first level, the second level, or the third level? No. Okay.
By business, I'm not sure.
Well, whenever we have consultants coming into the city that we may recommend hotels for them to stay at, do we have anything like that that we do?
No, nothing that I'm aware of, no. Yeah, but as far as doing business, no, we don't have any.
Okay, good, because I would not like for us to be doing business with a firm that is not paying what they're supposed to be paying. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Chavez.
Before I go to you, Representative Canales, on the same line of questioning, how long is this report? Is it 60, 90, 120, 180? How long have they been delinquent?
Jose Espino, Office of the Comptroller. Some go pretty back. I think the oldest account is from 2023.
So years.
A couple of years.
Okay, and then is this a typo on the one that's $2.29? And what kind of resources are we using to get $2.29?
It's not a typo, but we didn't want to exclude anything from the report.
Do we get to a point though where it's not worth spending $100 to get $2.29?
So the one for $1,900, so that one again is with the Delgado Acosta Law Firm, and so that hotel right now I think is shut down, or is in the process of shutting down, so obviously we're not wasting city resources or external resources on that.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've been explaining to folks over the last few days that, you know, it's as people have said, it's a positive that these are caught in an internal audit. You know, that's something that's regular. As you said, it's been happening for the last 10 years. And for any type of tax or fee or anything else that we collect, there is an expected non-payment rate. Like there will always be non-payment on every type of thing that anyone tries to collect from anyone, basically. And so, you know, we have an expected amount of non-payment for these things. It's unfortunate. It's just one of the things that happens for a municipality. And, you know, hotels, like you said, go out of business or they get sold mid-year and records get lost. They have record-keeping errors. There are all kinds of reasons that might lead to, you know, they miscalculate their payments. There's all kinds of reasons that they might be deficient, and a lot of them say sorry and they take care of it, and not all of them do, clearly, because we have some with external collections. But if we can kind of include that type of explanation in the FAQ as well, like this is a part of a routine process that we go through with hotel occupancy tax and property tax collection as well, and everything else. I think it's beneficial for people to understand that, and this doesn't mean that anyone has been asleep at the wheel or anything like that. Like the hotels self-remit, correct? So they're submitting their own records that are what we audit, but they're self-remitting their hot. Is that correct?
Correct. And just one more point, I think very, very important, not only for the council, but just for anybody that may be listening, is that interest continues to accrue on these outstanding balances. So it's not just the original amount that was identified. Interest continues to accrue on the amount owed. So the longer they take to pay, obviously, the more interest is accruing that they're going to have to pay back.
Is there penalty as well, or it's penalty and interest?
It's, yeah, interest is accruing on
just
the
interest
amount.
accruing.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think the clearer we can make the explanation to the public about what this process is, that it's been happening for years, and that it was instituted in order to catch this very specific thing, it will be helpful for public understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Pryde, do we have public comment on this one?
Yes, Mayor, we have Ms. Osmond that signed up to speak. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please. Go ahead, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
I want to clarify a couple of things for my specific councilman, Mr. Acevedo. And I know even from listening to him yesterday, there are things that he seems not to understand as to why citizens feel a certain way on certain things. But for example, say this hot tax. The reason why citizens and residents get upset is because it seems, quite frankly, a lot quicker for the city to process a $350 lien on a resident for cleaning weeds than hundreds of thousands owed from a business. So that disparity means residents are paying 70% of the tax burden in comparison to the corporate entities in the city. That's a huge issue. All your constituents see that disparity, okay? You know, I would ask, quite frankly, did any of these hotels ever receive any benefits from the city, any incentives, any tax breaks previously? How is it that it is quicker for you all to put a lien to clean weeds on a resident than to get these taxes, which, quite frankly, is not the hotel's money? That is money people who are staying at these hotels pay in addition to services rendered for the city. So those funds are staying in corporate bank accounts accruing interest, as versus in the city bank accounts accruing interest for the city. Because I think what is it? If you have for example, if you have $20 million sitting in the bank, it can accrue $1 million a year. So what's not in the city coffers isn't making the city interest. But what's in the corporate coffers that they don't pay out at a certain rate will then accrue interest for them. So I understand that benefit to them, why they hold off on paying. But you need to understand why the citizens get upset, why it comes up regularly and it's written up. I've written things about this. That's the part. The difference between the residents and the corporate treatment within the city government. That's the biggest issue that I think y'all are missing. Yes. Should there be transparency? Yes, but you really do need
Thank
to
you, Ms.
understand.
Osman. You've reached the 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. I need a motion on item 14.
Motion to approve.
Or is there any further discussion on item 14? All right, Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro. This is to accept the notation on that motion. Call for the vote. The voting session is open. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
This should take us.
Representative Rocha not present.
This should take us to the first reading of ordinances, I believe.
Yes, sir. This is, we're on page number 8. These are items 17 through 22. This is the first reading of ordinances. Items 23, 24 were deleted, so this is 17 to 22.
All right,
Make a
sir.
motion,
Okay.
make a motion to move on the first reading of ordinances.
Okay, there's a motion and a second by Representative Fierro. Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. There's a motion and a second to approve the first reading of ordinances. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, that motion passes unanimously. Representative Maldonado Rocha not present.
And Ms. Bryan, I noticed that Ms. Osmond was signed up to speak on item 23.
Yes, sir. That was deleted.
That was deleted.
That was
Perfect.
deleted. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. Let's take item 25.
Item 25 is a public hearing of an ordinance changing the zoning from M1 light manufacturing to R5 residential at 4600 Edna Avenue.
Move to approve.
All right. Is staff here on this one? Good morning. Afternoon, morning, whatever, morning still.
Good day, Mayor and Council. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. I can give you the presentation if Council would like. This is simply a cleanup rezoning to consolidate Modesto Gomez Park under one zoning
Sure.
district.
Can we see it?
Yeah, sure. So IT, can you bring up the presentation, please? Again, Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections for the record. So this item is a second hearing for rezoning at 4600 Edna. This is the westerly portion of Modesto Gomez Park here in District 2. The current zoning of this portion is M1 manufacturing, and the rest of the park is zoned R5. And so as staff, we really need to consolidate these parcels under one zoning district. So this is a rezoning to rezone only the M1 to R5. The use of the park will be remaining. The future land use map identifies this portion and the whole park as O1 Preserve. And the preserve also includes parks under these, under the requirements here. So obviously here's the conceptual plan, which is again the park, which will remain. Existing picture of Modesto Gomez Park. There is a water treatment facility there to the abutting this parcel, and it is the remainder of the park facility itself. As per code, the applicant notified a number of neighborhood associations, Washington Delta, Sunrise Civic, El Paso Central Business Association, and Viverde Neighborhood Association about this rezoning. And then again, notices were also mailed to the property owners, and we have not received any communication in support or opposition to the request. And staff and the City Plan Commission both recommend approval of this request, and be happy to answer your questions
Okay.
you may have.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has been a little controversial with my constituents, and we've had a lot of different conversations around it, and we finally got to a good place where there was those reassurances that they got that this park is not going to be used for housing or the park is going to go away or anything like that. So I just wanted you to reaffirm that for the record.
Yeah, and Dr. Acevedo, I want to thank you and your office also for the outreach with the community. But that is true. Even though this is rezoning, the property, it is only to consolidate under one zoning district. The park will remain. It is not going anywhere. It's not going to be used for any other purposes other than park facilities.
And there is law that says that once you make something into a park, it's really hard to reverse it, right? If we
That
could
is
talk about that.
correct, and that is also another layer, if you will, protection for this property is we're cleaning up the zoning, but there are other protections as well, as this is a dedicated park facility. And again, it is very difficult to remove that.
And I think overall the sentiment that there could be a closure of the park for something else has really been fueled by some of the displacement that's been happening in that area, and that's been really top of mind for people. So when they saw a zoning like this change, it was really hard to just say it's a cleanup. It's a weird thing that the city's doing right now, just because we realized we had 4,000 properties, which should be 2,000. We're cleaning up the parcels and we're here now. And so I hope that we could continue to do some more of this work and just kind of use this as an example of it might not be that easy just to say we're cleaning this up. We might need to give more information, and I'm really thankful to all the work that you did on this and all the questions that you answered and went in front of my community, and really appreciate that.
No, thank you as well, Dr. Acevedo. And so we've been working with the real estate team as well as the different users to try and clean up the city parcels. So this is just another example of us working as a partnership to clean this up. And again, thank you to your office for all your efforts.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Acevedo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, to adopt the ordinance on item 25. On that motion, call for the vote. There's no public comment. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, Ms. Bryan, I'm going to go out of order here. I'm going to take item number 35.
Yes, sir. We're on page 13.
12 of 14? Page 12?
You're
Yeah.
correct, sir. Item 35 is discussion and action that the mayor be authorized to sign an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and El Paso MHMR DBA Emergence Health Network for the purpose of continuing to operate a crisis intervention team, CIT, in the City of El Paso.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Thank you. I apologize. It's a discussion agreement that the mayor be authorized to sign an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and El Paso MHMR Emergence Health Network for the purpose of continuing to operate the crisis intervention, our CIT team.
Motion to approve. Second. All right, Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I mostly just wanted to say thank you for the work on this. It's been, I've seen this program since its inception, and it started a lot smaller than it is now. So I appreciate all the steps that you all have taken together with Emergence as a partner to grow this. It's something that I think has been very successful. So thank you all. Do we anticipate no disruption here to any of the operations of the CIT? You just need the approval today, and we'll continue with the program as it is.
That's correct, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Excellent. Okay. It's funny. Every once in a while, I hear from constituents saying that we should have something like this, and I have the privilege of telling them that we already do have it. It's been around since 2018, I believe, and has been a successful program that's grown. So whatever we can do, maybe on the city management and communication side, also to get the word out about this program, so that maybe someone who's calling 911 or otherwise seeking emergency services know that this is something that's available to them. I think it'd be helpful to get the word out even more than we already have. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And we'll continue putting the word out. Lieutenant Pesarczyk has been there since the inception. He oversees the CIT team, and it's a very, very successful. And of course, it's not just us, our partnership with EHN and the community in general, but we'll continue pushing forward.
Excellent. Thank
Very
you.
good.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, are there any major changes between this contract and the prior contract?
No major changes at all.
Okay. And is there a thought about expanding this? I know that's a conversation that happens almost every year, but I'm really big on CIT. I think it's a huge deal, and I kind of worked behind the scenes a little bit when this was being implemented back in 2017, 2018. So are you thinking about doing that, or?
And every year we evaluate, sir, and our hope is that one day we do grow the unit. Right now with staffing issues, it's a little bit difficult, but every year we continue evaluating and see if there's an opportunity for growth. Again, right now there isn't. This contract's going to be good for 2 years, so we'll stay with the numbers at least for that time, but we'll continue evaluating and see if there's an opportunity for growth.
And I've been having conversations with Ms. Mack on possibly increasing the amount of hours on CIT training. Everybody's CIT trained, right? And then we have the CIT program with an officer and somebody from EHN, and they're the CIT unit, or I forget what you call it. But maybe increasing hours, is that something that we're able to do?
And of course, all of our officers
training
are trained on mental health. And Robert, I believe it's 120 extra hours for our actual CIT officers. We always look at the opportunity to increase that training, but right now that's where we stand, 120 extra hours for the CIT officers. And of course, every officer's trained in mental health.
Yeah, and I guess I think what would be helpful in the sense that there's been some events that have been happening over the last few months, and one of the things that I keep seeing is, where was CIT and why didn't CIT get called, right? And it's hard to just kind of say, well, we don't have enough CIT, or it happened during hours that we don't have CIT available, or something like that. If we could do a little bit more to have that response to tell people, this is what we're doing with CIT, this is why, stuff like that would be good for the public's knowledge.
Thank you, Representative. So what we do is all our officers are mandatory by the state to have 40 hours of mental health training, and that's it for the rest of their career. What the El Paso Police Department does is every year we give them at least an additional 16 to 24 hours of training every year. So we're constantly bringing back our officers into training. I'm going to brag a little bit on Lieutenant Pesarczyk. He's the one that helped institute CIT within the department, but he's also one of our defensive tactics instructors that has come up with some training techniques to also help the officers out there in the field, along with 9 other instructors, and we're implementing that program right now. So it's a very asymmetrical approach to training. It's the mental health side, but also if the officers do need to use sometimes a leverage, he's found a better way to do it.
Okay, so there's debriefing after major incidents and stuff like that that can help improve for a next incident that could be similar or something like that?
So we're constantly evaluating also through
Okay.
our body camera program, things like that. The officers have to get back in the field, but if they come across an incident that the supervisors look at, our training academy will look at the videos to see what can we do to improve our training on that. We use outside people like EHN. We now have an in-house psychologist that's helping us up our training on that kind of stuff. And then we also bring in our CMT, which is our negotiators that deal with people that could be in crisis. So our CIT unit that Lieutenant Pesarczyk runs, they're out there in the field handling the crisis at the moment. But all our officers are getting continuous training on mental health.
And if somebody calls 911, can they request CIT?
They can, but with the staffing, like Chief Briones was talking about, that's why we've trained every officer across the board to be able to handle the calls that are out there. If there's a CIT unit available, we'll make sure that we can try to get it out to that scene.
Okay, thank you.
So what's happening, what EHN has done, working with the fire department and communications, is they do have people embedded in the communication center that'll triage a call. So that way it frees up our officers and especially frees up our CIT officers if they're able to divert them without having to send an officer.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, I seem to remember when this first started in 2017, 18, more or less. Unfortunately, it came as a result of an incident that took place where one of the lead attorneys requested that this be done. And so I think there's been a great improvement so that it is now something that takes place here in the city. I think that, like Representative Acevedo was saying, we get asked so many questions after there's an incident where perhaps there wasn't a CIT officer available, and how important it is for us to really communicate the circumstances and what happens out there. Perhaps there could be a time where every officer was trained on and beyond. These are critical calls that happen in our community that are going to impact not only the family, but the officer that's involved in that. And to me, that's such a difficult thing to carry for the rest of your life. And so for future, perhaps we should be thinking of how can we provide the additional mental health training for all of our officers. I think that's a really critical thing. But Chief, thank you very much. I'm very happy that you are where you are. And of course, if Chief Sarur was here, he would let you know that Chief Briones is my favorite police officer in the force, right?
What we'll do is we'll put together a presentation on our mental health training alone. I think you all will be very impressed about the amount of training that our general officers across the board, and that's our officers on the street all the way to detectives and supervisors, how much training we're giving them on mental health and how to respond to this training. We're far beyond what's required by the state to handle these types of situations. But the problem is when you're in the field, it's a very dynamic situation that these officers have to deal with.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the El Paso Police Department, Chief Pasillas, and all of your great team. I love the reports I get weekly from your department, and in the latest one we received, I see that there's been over 1,000 cases that have been responded to by the CIT team, and in that week alone, it was 31% of the cases were handled by that team. So I think they're doing a great job, and I just want to vocalize my support for the CIT team and for your department in general. Thank you.
You're telling the right man right here, Lieutenant Pasaric and his team are phenomenal.
Thank you. I think between this team and the HEART Initiative and so many other good things that are coming out of El Paso PD, we're very, very proud to serve the community alongside you. Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor and Chief, and the entire team as well. Thank you for your service and all that you do for our community. I know we mentioned CIT, but I wanted to just, for the benefit of the public, mention that it's the Crisis Intervention Team, and the CIT is a pre-arrest diversionary program set to provide services to persons in suspected mental health crises and persons with a diagnosis or suspected mental illness or intellectual disability. So I want to thank you for being proactive and continuing this agreement, and thank you for all the work that you all do.
Thank you.
Before we can call the vote, Ms. Prine, I believe we have public comment on this.
Yes, Mayor, we have Ms. Osmond that signed up. Ms. Osmond, *6, please, to unmute your microphone. Go ahead, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
So this matter is very close to me because I have a neighbor who's been suffering mental issues, having mental breaks. for years. I attempted to assist and think that I could step in and help him out and so forth. And I have spoken to my representatives, Alpharetta, about this. I spoke to Lieutenant Shields at PAR about this. I spoke to several people in the city about what was going on with my neighbor to try to get him some assistance because he was progressively getting worse and having mental breaks. Mind you, he's in his mid-70s, and I understood that dementia or whatever else was setting in. I didn't necessarily want to initially call police because you know what? People have called the police, and instead a mother watched her son get hung because he was tased. I didn't want something similar to happen to my neighbor. But I have called 4 different times within the last few months El Paso PD, and I've asked for CIT. Not a single time did they come out. Officers came out, and I'm going to tell you, mental health issues do not occur just 9 to 5 or 9 to midnight. It's most of the time overnight where they say they don't have a CIT officer. But in 4 calls, I got officers telling me, add a camera over here, add a camera there. I had to upgrade my hard drive on my CCTV surveillance on one of them. I jumped through every hoop PD tells me to. And what the result ended up is more footage of him attacking my house after I stopped communicating with him over a year because I knew he had killed a cat. And once that happened, once you kill an animal, that person is unsafe. I think somebody spoke about that earlier today. But on November 4th, call APPD again, ask for CIT, officers come out. They see the video of him that I had to take on my phone, my surveillance, showing him attacking my house, breaking things.
Ms. Osmond, this is regarding the agreement. I think you're off topic.
Yes, it is because it's CIT. It's all regarding CIT. They are not there. The current process is not working. Maybe they need a different organization to work with. Because instead, this neighbor got arrested, not only for the property damage, but resisting
Thank you,
arrest
Ms. Osmond.
and attempted taking
You've
the
reached the
weapon
3
from the
minutes.
officer.
Thank you, ma'am.
CIT.
Mayor, that concludes public comment
All right.
on this item.
I want to thank you guys again for the great work you're doing in CIT. All right, Ms. Bryan, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Nino, seconded by Representative Limon to approve item 35. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Fantastic. I know we're jumping around, Ms. Bryan, but I believe we're back on page 11, item 26.
Yes, sir. And items 26 through 29 are related. Would you like to take those together?
That would be fantastic.
Thank you. Item 26 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 15, Chapter 15.22, Water and Wastewater Impact Fees to comply with Senate Bill 840. Item 27 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 19, Chapter 19.18, Traffic Impact Analysis, Chapter 19.23, Easements, Block and Lot Design and Improvement Standards, and Article 6, Definitions, Chapter 19.50, Definitions in order to comply with Senate Bill 15 and Senate Bill 840. Item 28 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 20, Zoning, Chapter 20.02, General Definitions, Chapter 20.04, Administrative Provisions, Chapter 20.10, Supplemental Use Regulations, Appendix A, Table of Permissible Uses, Appendix B, Table of Density and Dimensional Standards, and Appendix C, Table of Parking Requirements and Standards, in order to comply with Senate Bill 15 and Senate Bill 840. And item 29 is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 21, Smart Code, Chapter 21.10, General to All Plans, Chapter 21.30, New Community Plans, Chapter 21.40, Infill Community Plans, Chapter 21.50, Building Scale Plans, Chapter 21.7, Definition of Terms, and Table 21.80, in order to comply with updated requirements in accordance with Senate Bill 15 and Senate Bill 840.
Okay, Representative Lemon.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve items 26, 27, 28, 29, based on that these are all in order to comply with the updated requirements in accordance with either Senate Bill 15 or Senate Bill 840.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Would anyone like to see the presentation?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would. Thank you. Sorry. Yes.
They're all the same.
It's all one presentation. I think.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections for the record. So again, these are amendments to our municipal code to be in alignment with these two Senate Bills 15 and 840. Before I get started, I do want to thank a number of people because this took quite a bit of effort. These Senate bills were very intense to try and digest them. So I'd like to thank obviously the folks in Planning Inspections, the Urban Planning and Design team, our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Cody, as well as Russell Ablin, our City Attorney, to help with these as we work on amending our code to comply with state law. So both of these state bills were regarding housing options in cities greater than 150,000 people. So those are the applicability of where these two bills are. Both bills were effective September 1st, 2025, and this is to adjust our city code to align with these two Senate bills. Senate Bill 15, it provides for size and density requirements for residential lots, and I'll get into some of the details here in a moment. And then Senate Bill 840 is related to mixed use and multifamily residential development, as well as conversion to these uses. So as part of the amendments, and again, I'm covering all the changes to titles 15, 19, 20, and 21. So as part of this, we are updating our definition for apartment and multifamily, whereas the Senate bill defines these as anything 3 units or more. And so in our current existing code, we have definitions for triplex and quadruplex, so we're consolidating all those under one definition to comply with the state law, as well as creating a new definition for mixed-use residential. This consists of at least 65% of the total square footage for residential. It has to meet that criteria. So first, to tackle Senate Bill 840, is there are 2 overall components. And the component 1 is for new apartments or mixed-use residential. And so in the majority of zoning districts, the maximum height is 35 feet. To comply with state law, we're having to raise that only for these uses to 45 feet. The density for these is 145 units per acre. And the city can only require a minimum of 1 parking space per unit. If they provide more, that is up to the applicant to provide, but as a city, that's what we can only require as a minimum. And again, these are by right, so as we review these and adjust our code, is we cannot require a special permit, we cannot require a detailed site development plan, and for the smart code, we cannot require a building scale plan for only these uses. Okay, I want to make it clear, it's only for these uses, so others may still be applicable as either per code or also as per conditions, say on a rezoning. The second component is the conversion to apartments or mixed-use residential. Okay, and per the state, the existing use has to be buildings that are used for office, retail, or warehouse use. A minimum of 65% of that has to be residential use, and it has to be 5 years old or more for the below criteria to qualify. If those items are met, the city, we cannot require them to conduct a traffic impact study or any other items to mitigate traffic effects. We cannot acquire additional parking other than those that are already existing. We cannot require the extension, upgrade, or replacement of utility facilities. The only exception is where it is necessary to provide minimum services. That's the only time where we can require those for the utilities. And then the final there is the impact fee payment. We cannot require that unless that land was already subject to impact fees. As we look at Senate Bill 15, this is generally what we term for small lots. And again, each of these has to be met in order to qualify. Okay, I need to make sure that council and the public understands that it's only these criteria that I'm going over right now. So it has to be land that has to be platted or subdivided. It cannot have had a recorded plat. So there's an option to vacate a plat. So if a plat was vacated, that this would not apply. The land has to be a minimum of 5 acres, as well as the zoning district has to allow single-family dwellings. If any of these do not meet the criteria, it does not apply. So as we look at some of the central parts of the city or areas that are already developed, it's probably already been platted. It's probably not larger than 5 acres. And so this would not qualify. And I'll have a map here in a moment that shows general areas where this would be applicable. So per the state is the standard that they set is the ceiling that we can do is the single family residential lot cannot be more than 4,000 square feet for the small lot standards. The minimum lot size of these small lots can be no smaller than 2,250 square feet with a depth of 75 feet and a width of 30 feet. And these are stated by per the state, as well as we cannot require more than 1 parking space per unit. Now, even though this may be applicable, it is not requiring the developer to develop lots in such a manner. It is up to them if they would like to pursue this. Here is a map that shows generally the areas that would be impacted. Obviously, the mountain is not going to be developed on, but there's some areas, a large portion of the northeast where this could be applicable, and some areas of the west side as well as some portions in the Mission Valley that is eligible. And the staff recommendation, this did go to City Plan Commission. They did recommend unanimous approval. And so we are recommending to adopt these ordinances to comply with state law.
Okay, Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Kevin, for the presentation. I just have a question. It's really just for public. What if this doesn't pass today, what are the risks?
Well, as staff, as I mentioned before, it went into effect September 1st. So we have to, as we've had applications come in, even our code is needing to be updated, we would have to update, I mean, we have to approve them as per state law. I would actually have to defer to legal, but we would have to comply with state requirements.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I didn't realize. I was looking at Ms. Neiman.
The risk would be that someone would come in and request something that the law now allows, and that if we didn't change it and couldn't comply with it, they could sue the city for not complying with state law, and that would be something very hard to defend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. I know we've reviewed this already several times in my office, but just for purposes of the public knowing, the increase from 35 to 45 feet, that's basically another floor, right? That could be built?
Yes, that'd basically be another floor. And again, this is only for the apartments and the mixed-use residential. So other uses in those zoning districts, that still is remaining at 35 feet. This is only for those uses, those 2 uses, apartments and mixed-use residential.
So 35 feet is 2-story, and 45 feet could be potentially 3-story?
It could be 3 stories. Might be able to fit it in under 35 feet. It could go up to probably 4 stories. But again, it's up to design. We look at the height, but then there are the building code requirements as well that have to be met.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard you say not the mountain, but then some of the pink is on the mountain.
Yeah, that's just showing the areas that are 5 acres or more. Obviously, there is going to be no development on the mountain itself. That is state land. It's only areas that are eligible to be developed.
But some of the mountain is still private on the northeast side, right, with the NAPLAN?
Yeah, there's some that is private, but obviously as there's other things, the NAPLAN is covered, I believe, by conservation easement. There are areas such as Lost Dog that also has a conservation easement. Those areas would not be developed because that's a way to preserve that land to not be developed.
Okay, and the conservation easement is on just the NAPLAN part that we own, or on the whole NAPLAN, even if it's private?
Well, part of the mountain, again, is state park, so that is under their jurisdiction, but it's only land that's under private ownership that could possibly qualify for this Senate Bill 15.
Okay, so there's a possibility if it's private NAP land, then the conservation easement wouldn't apply there.
If it is not covered by the conservation easement. But if that conservation easement is on there, then I do not believe that it can be developed on.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, perhaps I can help. The pink is showing areas that are, per the new state law, theoretically eligible for small lot development.
That is correct.
But this doesn't change which properties could or could be developed in any other way. This is only with regard to what is now eligible for this specific type of small
Correct.
lot development.
Correct. That is only the lots, again, that are eligible for small lots.
Okay, and I mean, again, there's most of the mountain is protected in one way or another, in that it's either state parks land or otherwise state-owned land or covered by conservation easements.
Yeah, and a lot of this land is actually under the ownership of the city of El Paso. Some of it may be under the stewardship of El Paso Water.
Okay, do we have an idea, just out of curiosity, how many lots fall into this new, these areas for small lot development?
This is just simply looking at the tracts of land
Yeah.
that may be eligible. Again, it is up to design. As I mentioned previously,
course.
it is up to the developer to, if they want to pursue these small lots, they can pursue that. Otherwise, they would have to meet the zoning requirements.
Okay, but we don't have like a count of lots within these tracts?
No, I do not have that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Mayor.
right, no problem. I believe we have public comment on item 26, Ms.
Yes,
Bryant.
sir, we have Ms. Osmond. Ms. Osmond, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Go ahead, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
I just wanted to get some clarification in regards to the impact fees. Last year, I believe it was during previous council, a great many citizens came and were speaking against giving the real estate developers any exemptions on these impact fees, because then all of those, instead of receiving those fees, it just puts more of a burden on existing residents. And if Kevin can answer, now I know that they had already had an exemption. How does this play into that exemption? And we're never going to have another incident where a bunch of citizens are going to go into City Hall to try to get real estate developers to pay impact fees. Is that my understanding? I just want the clarification so that the public understands, since that was such a big issue, the impact fees previously, as to how this affects that. I know Kevin and I have had conversations recently on other issues within this and how that works, but I didn't touch base in regards to the impact fees. So if somebody could clarify that for not only myself, but the general public. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Okay, any further questions on items 26 through 29? Okay, Ms. Bryant, call for the vote, please.
Yes, sir, the motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Representative Canales to adopt the ordinances on items 26, 27, 28, and 29. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's take item 30 and then maybe we can take a break. Let's do number 30.
Yes, sir. Item 30 is a presentation and discussion on the current status of Environmental Services Department Median Maintenance Program.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nicholas Ibarra with Environmental Services. If IT could pull, oh, there we go, presentation.
Hey, Nick, before we get started, can I see your socks?
Oh.
Wow, very nice, very nice.
Big fan growing up. So as you've seen, we've been providing.
Representative Limon?
But we won't take it against you for wearing those colors and that lanyard in the city of El Paso, that other school.
Yes, ma'am. Proud Aggie. As you all have been receiving on a weekly basis, I've been providing updates on the median maintenance activities that my staff has been performing throughout the city of El Paso. I just wanted to present just an overall of the changes that we've been making through our median maintenance crew. The first major change that we made was an increase in herbicide spraying. So we recently received new traffic management attenuators, which helped us when it comes to spraying. When it comes to the TxDOT highways, we're not allowed to perform median maintenance or have any herbicide spraying without having these traffic attenuators out there to protect the residents, or not the residents, our staff, and to make sure we have traffic control while we're spraying and performing any activities within the medians. We were able to create 3 crews now that we have 3 TMAs. They work Monday through Friday, and their all focus is on spraying herbicide and pre-emergent, depending on the weather, on a daily basis. And they're able to cover, each crew is able to cover approximately 1 mile of median per crew per day. So they're just constantly, that's their entire job, spraying. Just to let everybody know, we do have staff that is licensed through the state for herbicide spraying, so everything's complete through licenses. You may not see us on certain days because per the Texas Administrative Code, if the wind gets over 10 miles per hour, we're not allowed to spray because then it might end up in other people's yards, hurting their plants or just overall in the atmosphere. So if it's over 10 miles an hour, we won't be spraying. And then we use the blue indicator to let everybody know where we've been in those neighborhoods. That's our indicator. We don't advertise that we're spraying in the neighborhoods. The blue indicator is our indicator for the neighborhoods to let them know we'll be out there. And then we have 3 overtime crews that come in on Saturdays. There are 2 two-person crews. As you can see in the picture, they have a pickup truck mounted herbicide sprayer, and they work through all the minor arterials. Since the minor arterials don't require the traffic control that the major arterials have and the TxDOT roadways, they work on Saturdays, and they come in, and once again, all their entire task for the day is to be spraying before, after cleanings, during, in between cleanings, just to make sure we're getting ahead of the weeds and keeping up as controlled as possible. And then we shifted the selection basis. We know, as I mentioned before when I presented, we were doing a rotational basis on the medians, trying to just provide a continual rotational basis. Now what we're doing is we have our supervisors going out there on a daily basis, driving throughout the city, inspecting what our crews are doing, what Exceeds is doing. And when they find medians with larger weeds, larger growth within the area, that'll be added to the list next as where we'll be moving to the next median. So we're basing it all just on weed growth, weed coverage all through the medians. We have 6 median maintenance crews, and we've been providing the work schedule on the weekly basis, and then their 2-week look back to see what they've been doing collectively. One of the partnerships is with our beautification crew. We have 3 crews under beautification. They do the property cleanups when they get reported through code and then transferred over to us. Well, we moved 1 crew completely over to the median maintenance crew to assist in the weed catch-up to help them move through. They're an individual crew on the smaller medians, but when we get to those larger roadways like Yarb Road, Lee Trevino, with the larger medians like also Montana, they join as part of our crew just to move through the medians a little bit quicker. So just making the crews just a little bit bigger to assist with the median maintenance in those areas. Our main partnerships is currently with Streets and Maintenance. So we're working well with Randy Garcia and his group. They have 5 corrals throughout the city, and they've been able to take over about 2 or 3 medians per corral, and that's going to be their main focus when they come in on overtime on Fridays. They're focusing on minor arterials because they don't have the TMAs. Also, we're trying to cooperatively purchase 1 more to make sure we could rotate around through Streets and Maintenance and Parks and Rec to assist when helping on major arterial roads. They're assisting through December, and they're looking at returning the first week of March, but in discussions, we're thinking we're just going to have this continue on a continual basis, and it's going to be a permanent move for Streets and Maintenance to assist us through all these cleanups for the near future, just combining all forces that we can throughout the city. The medians that they've agreed to manage through the cleanups are in Central, St. Vrain, Forts, and Delta. On the east side is Justice and Tim Floyd. In the Mission Valley, it's Stiles, Wynn, and Pan American. In the northeast, it's Ken Worthy and Railroad. And on the west side, it's Silver Springs and Wrestler from Dewberry to Hunter Foster. With Parks and Rec, they're assisting us with the walking trails. We've been working with Parks and Rec because they do a lot of the parks near the walking trails. So we just worked together and thought it made sense. And since they're in the area already working on the parks, that they would just manage the walking trails and the walking paths near those parkways. So they've agreed to assist us on a continual basis to take care of Enchanted Spring, John Hayes, Montwood, Rich Beam, Robinson, Viscount, and Trans Mountain. I'm not saying these are the only walking trails they have, but they'll be managing all future walking trails that get implemented throughout the city, and then working with us on any issues that we have, any weed growth on those walking trails. And we're working with Do-It. We're creating a GIS map to provide updates on median maintenance activities throughout the city. What the map will do is it'll be open through the city website, and people could click on any of the medians as shown on the screen, and it'll list when's the last time it's been maintained, when herbicide was being sprayed or pre-emergent, and is letting people know when the last time we've been out in the field. Because a lot of times, you know, during this, especially during the rainy season, we'll clean up that median, it'll rain the next day, and then we'll have regrowth happening in the area. So we want to keep people up to date on how often we're out in the field and where we're taking care of the medians throughout the city. We're still working on implementation because we're working with Streets and Maintenance to get some of the newer medians geotagged into the system. So we're working with them, and we're looking at a mid-December to early January kickoff for the beta testing on the maps. So our current maintenance activities, I didn't have them listed on the presentation because they change on a weekly basis, but currently we're cleaning up Red Road, Dyer, Global Reach, Edgemere, and Paisano. So we have our crews out there right now working on those medians on a current basis. Exceeds is currently working on South Clownfield. Due to the size of the median, they combined both their crews, and they're just working on that one collectively right now. And then we have Streets and Maintenance working on Railroad Drive. So we've been working with our resources in the HR department. We've been interviewing solid waste service workers. I'm glad to say we're down to 1 vacancy on the solid waste service workers. So we're at 39 people currently in our median crew. We're just missing 1 employee. They've provided us a new list, and we should be interviewing again within the next week or two, like I mentioned in the recruitment. The one thing, since we are keeping staff here, we've had some overtime costs since September 2nd. Environmental services accrued about $75,000 in overtime costs. Parks and Rec is at about $20,000, and Streets and Maintenance is about $10,000. So it is adding up all the activities that we're getting out there. So I just wanted to provide that information. So next year, like I mentioned, we're doing year-round partnerships with Streets and Maintenance and Parks and Rec. They'll be helping us with those meetings that we're providing on walking trails. We'll be working continually with Streets and Maintenance to see if they could pick up a couple more and make it 4 or 5 per corral instead of 2 or 3. We're just trying to iron out the logistics with the staff right now. We're going to provide continual spraying and pre-emergent spraying throughout the year. It'll be continue to make sure we try to stop the weeds ahead of time and make sure we keep them as small as possible before our medium maintenance groups could get there. I'm working with the PIO office on an outreach campaign to let staff and residents know when we'll be out in the areas cleaning and providing medium maintenance. And then we'll be hiring temp employees starting around the April-May timeframe to help us throughout the summer for additional medium maintenance activities. And if there's any questions.
Very good. Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, thank you very, very much. Randy and Pablo, what a difference. I mean, this was such a huge, huge problem. I can tell you that I do drive through a good vast part of my district, and the medians are well taken care of. Whether we get a phone call, whether we get an email, or whether it's a fellow parishioner that says, I need this median cleaned up, you all respond very, very quickly. And I'm very happy to hear someone say, hey, thank you. And I always say it's not our office, but it's you all who are doing the work out there. But I want to pose a problem to you, or a situation. There is a median where the homes on either side, let's see if I can visualize this. There's a street, and the homes on either side, the back of the homes go out towards the street. So we know there's a sidewalk, there's a parkway, there's a street, and there's a median, right? So we received a call saying, well, they're out working on the median. why aren't they cleaning everything up? And so the response we gave them was simply this: that is a parkway, and that is an area that you, the home resident, is responsible for. Is that a correct answer?
Correct. Per the ordinance, the parkway is the responsibility of the homeowner. We can assist on certain situations if there's a health issue or anything in that area that needs assistance through environmental services.
A health issue, and I can understand elderly person perhaps, but that would have to go through your office. You would be, the person would reach out to your office to make any kind of an arrangement like that, correct? They
Yes.
wouldn't just reach out to the worker out there and say, oh, do my yard or do my parkway.
If you could provide it through the CR process, we could look through it through there. Yes, ma'am.
They would do that. If we had any of our crews cleaning up parkways, that is totally wrong, right? Because that would be providing Ms. Mack.
No, so we've had some. So, for example, we've had some issues with overgrowth that is impeding our ability to be able to clean streets. We're looking at some areas where there has been multiple owners trying to coordinate through water and other facilities to figure out, is it mine, is it yours, we're doing this much and not that much. So that's why I've been talking to you all about bringing this back, because I do think that we have some of these issues, as you pointed out, ma'am, where we have very well-traveled areas. Well, I come down Georgia every day, and I'm looking at the growth covering the bench. So we're having all this conversation about people being able to get to the bus stops. And so how are we addressing that if it's on a parkway? So I've asked the team, and it will be through Steve Alvarado, to bring the ordinance back. Let's take a closer look, and let's make sure we have definitions for where we will be moving in some of these areas that make sense. We do have contracts around some of the bus stops, but not all. And so really thinking about where we have those impediments, in terms of the pieces, because now you're driving through and the median looks great, but depending on where you are, the parkway, is really high. And we want to make sure that if we are continuing to lean on certain streets, that it is the parkway, that people can clearly have that defined. And when we know that it will impede on other things that are important to us in terms of getting to bus stops or getting our streets clean or other things that are our responsibility, that we've defined that on a map. So we're looking at starting that work in December, so you'll see that. Probably early January, February, we'll start to brief you and get some feedback from you all about how we do that. The other thing we also heard is that nobody knows what a double front lot is, so we can keep telling people. But it was like, what? And so really understanding that and making sure that we're doing a better job of explaining some of those pieces. I have absolutely told the team we just got to get it done.
Yeah.
At this point when we have these type of things that are happening, let's figure it out, let's have the conversation. But right now with the overgrowth that we've had and looking at some of those safety things, try to get as much done as we possibly can, bring it all back to clarify. We'll tell you some of the things that we've seen, get your feedback, and just get it on the record in terms of what's going to be important for us moving forward.
Very
and
good.
we also heard you all talk about entryways to and beautification in some of those areas. And so I do think that that's important. If we're talking about airport, if we're talking about those areas that we talk about our entries to our city, how do we ensure, regardless of whether there are houses in that area, that we have the authority to be able to just make sure we're focusing in the way that we need to.
Very good. And we will continue to inform our constituents what a parkway is and how they really are responsible for that area. Nick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Nick. I really appreciate the presentation and the update. I will echo a lot of the sentiments that you'll probably hear today, which is we're really grateful for all the work that you went and you pivoted right away to get those main arterial roads really cleaned up as far as the medians go. We're expecting rain this week, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes.
Just kidding. Just kidding. There's Miss Mack saying what? But with that said, I'm also very grateful that you and Ms. Mack have been sending those weekly, and I say this so the public knows, that we receive weekly updates as to where you all are in the cleaning and where you are in the neighborhoods. And so those are super helpful for helping to get that message out to constituents, to be able to let them know that you'll be in these areas this week, or you'll be starting this area in the following week, whatever the plan is. All of that has been super helpful in being able to field those questions and concerns from the community. So thank you again for everything that you're doing, to Parks and Maintenance, to, Parks and Rec, to Streets and Maintenance for coming in and pitching in and helping out. It looks really great out there, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor and Nick, Ms. Mack, and to the entire team. Thank you for all your work. Sometimes on Saturdays I go for a run or a walk in my district, and I did see some of the Parks and Rec teams, streets cleaning on a Saturday. So I was very happy to see all the work and the collaborative work that the Team El Paso has been doing. I know this has been a big priority of mine and also of this body. So truly thank you to you and the team and for all the work. And I'm looking forward to even finding means of how to support you all even further. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick, for the work that you've done. I really like this all hands on deck approach that Parks and Rec is helping you with, and Streets and Maintenance, Randy and his team, because I know it used to be a Streets and Maintenance initiative. So I think that it's great when we all come together for the benefit of our community. I also want to thank Ms. Max. I know she's been really, really proactive on all of this. I know that in my district, I had a street where it was just difficult in the sense that there were a lot of different entities that had a piece of that street. So it was the city, it was Abutting Properties, it was El Paso Water, it was the Railroad Commission, it was EPCWID, and it was really difficult to figure out how to coordinate for the street to look clean. So I'm really grateful for the efforts that everybody put into making it happen, and other streets, right, in District 1 that now look a lot better. There's another street, it's in District 8 actually, Rep. Canales, but I drive on it every single day. And so I know that your team had done a really great job of cleaning the weeds, but then they all grew back. So I don't know if you're gonna go back and spray some herbicide or something on there, but it's difficult because it's a major arterial, right? And there's a ton of traffic at all times of the day or night, and it really poses a risk to the crew. So I really think that your efforts are valiant, and I commend you for that work, Nick. You and the team, especially those that are working overtime, because it is difficult. It's not easy. So I just want to say that we thank the community for their patience throughout this process, because it hasn't been easy. But I think that we're in a much better place than we were a few months ago. And I know that we're even working towards making it better. So thank you to everybody, including Ms. Mack.
And if you could provide send in the street name so we could look into it and get the staff out to check it out.
Yeah, and you didn't do it too long ago, but I think because of the monsoon season and maybe a lack of herbicide, I'm not sure, but it just kind of grew back, and yeah, I'll provide it. But I know you're very busy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to say thank you. These updates that you provide, the photos, the before and afters, we share those on our newsletter. We share them on our social media. The community is very grateful for those updates. And so I want to say thank you to you, Nick, and also Ms. Mack, who emails them. We had a beautification day this past weekend. Yes. And we had some young volunteers that were helping us. And right now when Ms. Limon was mentioning, if you have someone maybe who has health issues or maybe a senior, you work with volunteers, right? Your department works with volunteers to be able to come in and help and assist with individuals who may need help?
So we restarted Keep El Paso Beautiful. It's in the infant stage right now, but we're working with them for different properties with disabled veterans, elderly residents, to see they're the ones that help us get the volunteers and provide the cleanups for those properties. We assist on the trash side, the pickup. And so we do work with them with the activities. So if you do have any names, we could meet with the Keep El Paso Beautiful crew, and we could work with that.
Okay, that's great. It's great that our youth are volunteering, that they're out there helping, and then also that they're working with you to help us keep El Paso beautiful. Yes. Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your leadership, Nick, and everybody that's been doing this work. It's not easy work. It kind of sucks. To say the least, but it's important for our constituents. And so the difference between a few weeks ago to now, and in terms of people seeing progress being made on our streets, versus also the communication that we're getting and the pictures and all of that has been really helpful. I wanted to bring up a few issues that we've put in through 311 because that's what we were asked to do. But we haven't really seen some progress there, and I kind of wanted, maybe off the top of your head, you might know if Trowbridge near the refinery, there's a median that separates the main road from the front of the houses. That's been pretty bad for a while.
Okay.
And then El Paso Drive by Ascarate, the whole road sidewalk from Ascarate to Trowbridge is also pretty bad there. And then there's a canal there, which I think comes into kind of highlighting another of these issues where who's in charge of this? And there's a lot of entities. On El Paso Drive, there's the canal, which is managed by the El Paso County Water District. So that might be a little complicated in that sense.
Yeah, we have contacts with the different entities, so if you report them to us, we could get in touch with them and let them know of the issues.
We have, and so, well, we did it through 311, but we could do another reminder of just kind of putting all this together in one and then maybe sending it
Yes.
on Monday or you or something.
Yes, through the CR process, yes.
Okay, we'll do that. And then, Ms. Mack, I'm really happy to hear that you want to bring this back as an ordinance to look at it, because what you illustrated is something that I've had an issue with for almost a year now, which is the Brio station where Dyer becomes Pershing. That area, there's, Union Pacific who just did not care to answer us when we reached out to them because there's a whole mess around the railroad there. It's dangerous. We found a knife on one of the times that, like a knife this big, and the kids are going down the little hill that it's like a makeshift thing that they made, and they're going to school, and there's trash there, there's couches. Union Pacific has not answered us in that sense. But at the same time, there are also ADA issues on the sidewalk leading up to that new Brio stop. And so I feel like there's some responsibility that we have. It's come up at community meetings. We've gotten phone calls about it. We have done walkthroughs with the neighborhood association, and we still can't figure out what to do in that sense. And it's exactly the issue that you described. And of course, there's weeds and stuff like that happening in that area. The Brio, I don't think, is completely ready to open, but it's very close to opening. And once we get to opening that, I worry about somebody that uses a wheelchair coming down that sidewalk. There's trash there constantly, almost on a daily basis. You could clean it up and then it comes back. It's right under the train trellis.
Yes.
And so I think you're aware of where it is, but
Yes.
if we want to use that as a case study for
So-
informing your ordinance that you want to bring, Ms. Mack, with things, I think it would be a terrific case study, and my constituents would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Well, Nick, I'm just going to close with this. I know we had a tough meeting, a couple months ago. And, but, you guys rose to the occasion. I want to also publicly thank Ms. Mack for putting together the teams that, you had Streets and Maintenance, you had Parks and Rec, Randy, Pablo, and everyone that came together, because there's no I in team, so you guys got it done, and we really appreciate it, and you hearing the direct feedback from the work. And also we want to publicly say thank you to all the teams that are out there working as hard as they are, because it is very difficult work, and we understand that. But it seems like you got a handle on this now, and going into next year to be much better. So we want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve this item?
There's no action on this
There's
item,
no action?
sir.
Great. Okay. I bet. Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second to go to lunch? Okay. Ms. Bryan?
There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting for
For how
1
long?
hour. 1 hour. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the meeting is in recess at 12:42 p.m. and will reconvene at 1:42 p.m. We just need one more for a quorum.
We got two more. Okay, Ms. Fry?
Is there a motion to reconvene?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 1:47 p.m.
Okay, Ms. Fry, let's take item number 31.
Yes, sir. Item 31 is presentation and discussion on the progress of developing the climate action plan with the next deliverable due on December 1st. This detailed document will outline various strategic initiatives and objectives aimed at mitigating climate-related risks and bolstering resilience within our community.
Very good. All right, is there a motion? Yes.
There's no
No action?
no action on this item.
Okay, beautiful. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Yeah, thank you for coming back.
Yeah, of course.
You were here earlier, so.
Yes. Fernando Leaño with Strategic and Legislative Affairs. So we are now doing an update on the development of the Climate Action Plan for you all to know where we are at right now with this plan. The plan aligns fully with the strategic plan, with the strategic goals of the city, specifically 8.4 that calls for the development and implementation of a comprehensive climate action plan. First, we're gonna see a timeline, scope, and the actions that we've come out for the plan before getting into other topics. And before that, before we get into the technical aspects of the plan, we want to highlight that this is a community-driven plan. For the last 22 months, we've done almost 140 unique engagements with the community, and those goes from small meetings to large meetings, online surveys, everything and anything that we've been able to do to come out to almost 7 engagements per month for the last 22 months. And talking about those 22 months, since 2024 and all the way through 2025, we've worked in 3 things: the analysis of the greenhouse gas emissions for the region, the analysis of the climate vulnerability for the region as well, and then the actions that are prioritized on this plan. And this plan was funded by a grant from the EPA and from the Community Progress Bond approved in 2022. And the EPA guidelines call for a regional scope, including El Paso and Hudspeth counties. The guidelines did not allow us to work with our neighbors from Doña Ana or Mexico, but we've worked closely with El Paso and Hudspeth counties and all the municipalities in those 2 counties, as well as the MPO and the COG, the Rio Grande COG. And getting into the technical evaluations, the technical work that we've done, the first one is the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, looking at the emissions in the region. And you'll see on the slide that most of the emissions in El Paso and Hudspeth County come from transportation and buildings and facilities. And then we have some emissions from agriculture, land use, and waste. Also, the EPA asked us to look at the projections of those emissions in 2030 and 2050. And that's what you can see on this slide, on that graph. If we were to implement all the actions that you later see in this presentation, we'll be able to reduce 21% of the emissions by 2030 and 67% of the emissions by 2050 in what we call the local target. The implementation comes with challenges. We don't want to shy away from the challenges that the implementation may bring us. So some of those are some examples that we can present you all is the limited authority that we may have in some cases. For example, ports of entry. We control certain parts of the ports of entry. There are some of the things that are fully federal actions or tasks that we have limited authority. Another challenge, for example, the freight and trade sector, that's a very important economic driver for the community and the region. So the challenge for us will be how we're going to work with that sector without impacting the economic drive for the region while we reduce emissions. The second component of technical component of the plan is we look at climate hazards. How we're going to be able to adapt to a changing environment in the future. Again, we looked at 2030 and 2050, and you'll see on the presentation on the slide, nothing surprising, right? Extreme heat, drought, flooding. We all know that that happens, and that happens regularly here in El Paso, but how that may change in those two scenarios, in 2030, 2050, that's what we've looked at in this plan. And now the actions and measures that we've identified through that community engagement and all that outreach that we've done. We have 10 measures of what we call buckets of actions. And then we have 53 actions. Those 53 actions are policies, programs, or projects that either mitigate greenhouse gas emissions or help us adapt to a changing climate. So we have 39 and 14 of those two different categories. And here you can see a high-level presentation of the 10 measures or buckets of actions. Those measures either reduce emissions from a specific sector or help us adapt to one of those three climate hazards: heat, flood, or drought. How we've done this. So we've done this, again, with the community and through a very thorough engagement process. The engagement process is a multi-pronged engagement approach that we develop, in which we work with our partners from the Leadership Steering Committee, the other governments in the region. We've worked with the stakeholders from the private sector, academia, with promotoras, but this process is being led by our climate fellowship that we'll talk more about now. The fellowship, the climate fellows. So these are 27 young professionals or students, graduate or undergraduate students that have really been doing all the outreach and engagement in the community, led by my colleague, Dora Hernandez. And those fellows have been able to engage with the community. Any type of person in the community have been able to talk to them. And we are also helping develop their careers and upskilling their professional skills. Some numbers to highlight the outstanding work that the fellows and the team have done throughout this process, the last 22 months. We've had 5 series of engagement since the summer of 2024, and until August 2025, we've been able to collect 3,700 unique input from the community. And another 2 numbers to highlight in this slide are the more than 400 comments to the draft that we published for the Climate Action Plan this past August, and more than 350 letters of support from the community for the plan. And now, what would be the next phase, the implementation of the plan? We know that a single source is not going to be enough to implement the actions in this plan. This is an actionable plan that is going to give us a pathway to get those reduction in emissions, but we need all funding available from local sources, grants, private investments, or existing utility programs. And the actions in the plan are follow a phased approach. So we have short, mid, and long-term actions to help us build case studies, starting with pilots in which the governments have all the authority to implement those actions, and then scale up the process to get to full implementation in the long term. highlighting again the necessity of involving all stakeholders in the community, from local governments, state, federal, but also philanthropy, businesses, community organizations, and in general, all residents in the region. The next steps for the team and for the plan, and here you can see a table of contents of the climate action plan, highlighting all the things that we've been working on. But the next steps, the next tangible steps for the team, in December 1st, there is the second deadline from the EPA grant, in which we need to submit the technical report to them, what is called the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, before December 1st. And then our goal is to finalize the plan for you all to approve in February 2026. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, Fernando, put your seatbelt on. There's a lot of, it's lit up like a Christmas tree up here. You ready? Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot of questions. We've spoken about this quite a lot, and I more so wanted to commend you. I think this is, of all the programs I've seen rolled out here since 2017 when I started working in the building, I don't think I've ever seen more robust public engagement, both outgoing, right? Everything that your team has done to engage with the public on this, and then also proactive and incoming from the public. I mean, like, 48 engagement events and, huge volunteer engagement. I just think it's very commendable that you put in all the work to get as much feedback as possible and front end feedback at that from the public, and it's really driven what's included in the plan. So I didn't want to let the moment pass without giving you all the kudos I think you deserve for that level of engagement. I've never seen a city program get that much interest. Some of that is the subject, but a lot of it comes down to the work that you all did. So I'll let everybody else ask their questions. I don't want to take up too much time, but I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and same thank you and congratulations on all the work that has taken place into this. I also want to give a huge thanks to the fellows, to Ms. Dora. This last weekend, we did a cleanup in District 5 at the Eastside Regional Park, and they're doing a series, 3 different weekends that they're going to be cleaning part of our desert. So again, thank you for your leadership and everything that has taken place into this climate action, and also the work that has taken place with all the fellows. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor, I want to highlight something that I forgot to mention, and is the collaboration with other departments. So from planning, streets, CID, international bridges, I'm forgetting a lot of departments, but this has been a close collaboration internally as well.
Very good. Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Orlando, thank you very much. Great information here. Page 7 on the slide presentation that you just gave us. I think we had a little bit of a conversation on this. So the top 2 polluters are transportation and buildings and facilities. Is there a thought or a plan as to what things can be done to address these particular 2 buckets already?
Yes, thank you for the question. If we go to slide 12, in which we see all the measures, you'll see measure 1, increase energy efficiency. That tackles directly the building environment. Measure 2 looks at transportation, and measure 3 as well focus on the building environment. So you'll see that we have there, if I can see it correctly, 20, I don't know how many actions, 17 actions that directly either tackle transportation or the building environment. To your question, yes.
Okay, and these 17 actions are listed somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay.
So on the backup, it's a big backup.
Right,
but
it's huge.
Yeah, you'll have the draft there.
Okay.
in which all the actions are defined, and you can find specific information for each action, from the implementation timeline, the authority to implement, the stakeholders, the definition, the KPIs for that action. So you can find that all on the backup. But I'm happy to visit with you on those things.
And we'll be happy to look at it as well, but any kind of action that we can do in District 7, we're ready to collaborate. Thank you very much, Fernando.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fernando. Very informative, and I commend you for the work that you're doing. I love that you give us so much data to support, your reasoning and your decision-making process along the way. And if there's something I can do in terms of sustainable food systems, I would love to maybe have an opinion or two about that, if there's an opportunity for that. I know I asked you this during my briefing in my office, but I think we should all be on board with this, and I think the majority of us are. There are a few naysayers in our community of why we're, contributing towards climate action. Mm-hmm. Some of them say that it's really, there's really nothing we can do about our climate since we have a border city, Ciudad Juarez, and we can't control the initiatives that they take on climate. And I know we talked a little bit about this, but I just want you to go on record to say, even without us having any say on whatever they do on their side of the border, why it's so important that we do something here.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's important because we can control what happens in this part of the border. We obviously cannot control what happens in Juarez, but our friends from Juarez, for example, they have their own climate action plan, and they're working on the implementation as well. So even though we cannot affect what they're doing, we can work on the air quality, the improvement in health, and the economic opportunities on this side of the border.
Yeah, and I think that's great to point out, so that people understand that at the end of the day, we can collaborate, even though we may have different rules or laws, whatever the case might be, that we can still be collaborators in this initiative. Thank you for the wonderful work, Fernando.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Representative Acevedo?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo what my colleagues are saying to you, Fernando. Really appreciate every time we talk, you give me so much knowledge, and I really appreciate that. I did have one or two questions on this. You mentioned the EPA grant, correct? How much is that?
That's $1 million.
1 million. And how much have we spent?
Of the grant, I think we've spent around 600,000. I would need to double check.
Okay.
Yeah, the grant, even though we are going to submit the main deliverable now before December 1st, the grant runs through August 2027, in which we need to submit the final report.
Okay, so we're well ahead of schedule, and we still have some money to play with in what's left.
Yes, and the budget and the work plan is approved by the EPA, so every expenses that we incur have been approved by the EPA.
And so do you foresee what's going to happen when you turn this in on December 1st with the current EPA that we have?
So recently we did, we can call it a run dry with them. We submitted the draft to the EPA a month ago for double checking. Are we on the right path or not? And they gave us the green light on all sections. So we don't expect any pushback. All the reports that we submit quarterly, we're getting no comments, and just we're on track to meet the requirements.
That's great news. I also wanted to ask, I believe there's a bond money that we did with climate. It was a few $1 million. Do we know where we're at with that?
Yes. So the Proposition C from the Community Progress Bond, the part of that bond money is going to complement the EPA grant for the planning effort, but we are right now working on the definition of the programs and projects that we're going to focus with that bond money. We hope to get back to you soon on that.
Yeah, I would just appreciate to have an understanding, whether you come meet me in my office or just share with the council how much money has been spent, what you're doing next, just because I don't think we've had that conversation quite a bit. So I want to know how much money we have left and what we've done with it so far.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. You came to Veterans Park and planted trees on Veterans Day. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you for hosting us.
It was another department, but it was great to have you all there, and our colleagues joined us there as well as mayor. It was a really great experience. You're changing the face of El Paso in our environment. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
In regards to the emissions reduction with Mexico, what is being next door, and Chavez talked a little bit about that. Are there any discussions for possible collaborations to help reduce that? Have there been any talks on that?
So we've met with the colleagues from Juarez a couple of times. So we're building that relationship that was non-existent before. The EPA itself has a program that works with Juarez closely on air quality monitoring. So we are attending those meetings as well. So there is some efforts from the federal front, and we are building that relationship with our colleagues from Juarez.
What would that look like? How would you all be able to work together?
I think the first step would be learning exactly what they're doing, what we're doing, and then lessons learned type of sharing between communities. I think we're different, but in some respect also very, very similar. So lessons learned with Juarez, I think it would be the first step for us.
Very good. You're also working with, in your climate action plan with the low income and disadvantaged community. Again, this is, very awesome work that you're doing there. I remember we had recently, a few months ago, we talked about solar panels. What is the status of that project?
So that I want to say 2-3 months ago, we came here to present the Solar for All program to you all for your approval to get that grant. The Solar for All program has been canceled by the federal government nationwide. So I think it's up to $4 billion that was allocated for that program has been stopped. And there has been some litigation from some organizations, but right now that program it's on hold, but it looks that it's going to be canceled.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And your fellows, are they interns?
So the fellows are volunteers with the city. They work with us for 10 hours a week, in which we are able to provide a stipend to them for $15 an hour. So they're divided in 9 teams of 3 that encompass the whole region. So they work in the neighborhoods usually that they lived at, and right now, after almost 2 years working with us, they kind of run the show. They ask us questions, but we fully trust them in the engagement and outreach.
How does one get referred to be a fellow? How does one get referred to be a fellow?
So right now we have 24 fellows. We have 27 positions. So that would be, we have if I'm not mistaken, on the website, we have an application for the fellows, but if you all have any referral for us, just you can send us an email or contact us, and I'm happy to evaluate.
One more question. With the 3,700 voices that you've spoken to here in El Paso, what has been the priorities of the community?
Thank you for that. I forgot to mention that. And going back to Veterans Day on Tuesday, what we hear is a lot of trees, green spaces, access to parks. There is a lot of feedback as well on utility cost and electricity and all utilities cost, and also transportation, public transportation and different modes of transportation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor. Fernando, you and Dora have done an amazing job bringing all of this together. I know it's a big collaboration on everybody's part, just the engagement that you have. Is there any plan in what you're showing to have the fellows demonstrate their projects again? Because I think it would really benefit I attended the one at El Paso Community College. It was really amazing to see what these minds are coming up with. Very easy ways inexpensive ways to help save the earth and make it more sustainable. So are there any plans for you all to do those projects or share those projects again publicly?
Yes, and the representative is referring to what we call the capstone projects for the fellows. And the groups have come up with ideas to work on the actions that you also on the presentation. So there is small projects that they came up with the ideas to do something for the community. Right now, they're finalizing the scope and budget. And the first example of the capstone projects is what Representative Nino was referring to this past Saturday on the cleanup at the Beast. So that's something that was fully their plan. That's the capstone, and we just supported with communication with parks and other departments. But to your question, yes, we're in the middle of finalizing the scope and budgets.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I know you'll share it with all of our offices so that we can all take advantage to go and see. If there's more than one opportunity to do that, that would be great. But I do think it's super important to be able to engage, especially with them at their level when they spend a lot of time on their projects. It was really impressive. So thank you for everything that you all are doing.
Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as Representative Boyer Trejo was kind of asking about Juarez, I had one thought that came into my mind. We are planning for a binational meeting with the municipal government of Juarez in the coming months, so I wonder if that's an opportunity that we could have to discuss that with our counterparts in Juarez.
That sounds like the perfect opportunity. Yes.
Just because everybody will be in the room, and if we have to go to Juarez, I would not be opposed to doing that because I know there was some issues with travel into El Paso, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
Representative Rocha.
It reminded me. And congratulations. I know earlier on the consent agenda, part of what we approved this morning was that vehicle for you to be able to receive private donations from donors through the Paso del Norte Community Foundation. And so I think that's huge. I just wanted to make sure that I publicly said that today. I know that you all will do a great job of bringing in that money. You were recipients recently for some grant money through Marathon. And so I know that you'll do your best with the monies that are received, but I wanted to call that out and congratulate you all for allowing us to have a very tiny part in that to approve that for you today. Thanks, Fernando.
Fernando, great job. And
Thank
great,
you, sir.
incredible engagement. And they've asked a lot of the questions I was going to ask about the climate action plan in Juarez, and I hear that you're going to be working with them, which is good. I do have one question on slide 6. Did you mention Donna Ana County was not a part of the committee?
It was not. It was not. We were limited to the Texas part of the region. We asked the EPA at the beginning of the program, and they defined the regional scope. So we had to limit the work to El Paso and Hesped counties.
Okay. All right, because we're so connected, as you
Yes.
know. So, okay, but great job.
Thank
We
you,
look
sir.
forward to seeing the next steps.
Okay.
Thank you, Fernando. Ms. Bryant, item number 32.
32 is presentation and discussion on the 50th year, 2024-2025 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report Keeper for the City of El Paso's U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD Entitlement Programs, the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, including CBG-CV, CARES Act funds, Home Investment Partnerships Program, Home, Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. How about?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nicole Rodriguez with Community Human Development. Sorry for the alphabet soup. The federal government loves their acronyms. Today I'm going to present our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, otherwise known as the CAPER. for the 2024-2025 program year. So what is the CAPER? The best way to describe what the CAPER is that it's a report card on how the city uses their federal funds to meet local housing and community development goals. The CAPER is a federally required report that summarizes how the city used its annual entitlement funding from HUD, how funds were spent, who benefited, and how our investments will align with HUD's goals and local priorities. And so just as a reminder, the HUD cycles work on 5 years. You all just approved what we will be doing for the next 5 years. That was in May. This is closing out, this particular report will close out the fifth and final year of the last consolidated plan that we put together. So we're closing out that cycle. This is a required report. And then moving forward in November, you'll see me report each year on the priorities that were just identified in the last consolidated plan. So where can you access the CAPER? We have 2 places. You can go to our website, elpasotexas.gov, Community Human Development. If you look at the forms and notices, the CAPER is there for review. And then you can also come to us in person, our City 3 offices, 801 Texas. And so during this program year, our department invested over $5.1 million to strengthen neighborhood infrastructure, support our most vulnerable residents. We partner with local nonprofits and community organizations to leverage city resources and maximize the impact through collaboration and coordination. These programs provided essential services, improved housing conditions, and enhanced the quality of life across El Paso neighborhoods. And so with our CDBG and CDBG CV, which CV is for the COVID era grants, the city supported 13 programs and worked with numerous community partners to serve more than 38,000 people. Funded programs included court advocacy for children in foster care, family support services for children with cancer and their caregivers, and emergency shelter and case management for individuals experiencing homelessness. Moving on to Emergency Solutions Grant and housing opportunities for persons with living with AIDS. The grants provided critical services such as emergency shelter, street outreach, homelessness prevention, and rapid rehousing. These programs supported more than 600 individuals and households, and then the HOPWA program provided stable housing, case management, and supportive services for individuals and family affected by HIV and AIDS. Just want to take a moment outside of the numbers and provide client impact stories. So we had, I want to share a story about MB. They're an 18-year-old high school student who experienced homelessness after spending several nights sleeping on a bench in downtown El Paso and uncertain where his next meal would come from. MB arrived at the Winchester House Emergency Shelter, which is a program of El Paso Human Services, Inc. Over the next 5 months, MB received comprehensive case management support, helping him obtain his legal documents, access mental health counseling, complete his high school education, and receive job referrals. He was then referred to our rental assistance program, and he was able to move into an affordable housing of his choice. This allowed him to gain stability, and now we're happy to report that he's in a full-time position. He's a security guard officer, and he's looking to start a family and pursue his college education. And then some of the bricks and mortar facilities highlights that we'd like to share. We've invested over $1 million in CDBG dollars to support the construction of the new Paso del Norte Children's Development Center. It's on the east side. This new facility includes 8 classrooms and provides high-quality childcare for up to 170 children and supports working families by increasing access to safe and affordable and inclusive learning opportunities. So some of the next steps, as I mentioned, we have the CAPER available on our website or in person. It's been published as of November 10th. We're currently in the public comment period. The 15-day public comment period will end Tuesday, November 25th, 2025 at 5 p.m. You can share your comments with us in person or via email, and after that, we will share those final comments with HUD. We'll submit that final CAPER report by our deadline, November 29th, 2025. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nicole. Representative Limon?
Nicole, thank you very, very much. Hearing that young man's story, it shows how working together is so powerful from all the different agencies. I know Winchester House is incredibly strong and does great work. And the work that you do, Nicole, the work that you do in your department are just incredible, and we really appreciate it. I thank you very much.
Thank you
Gracias.
so much for your support.
Nicole, you like deadlines, huh? Last time you were...
Deadlines, acronyms, what else?
You've got November 29th now.
Yes.
A couple days after Thanksgiving, huh?
That's right. Always Thanksgiving. That's why you'll see us. It's right after, well, typically after HUD appropriates their budget. We go into the news cycle, but we don't have that information yet. But we still work on our deadlines. So,
wow.
But yes, sir.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, very quickly. I mean, again, I speak with you about this all the time too. Super appreciative of all the effort that goes into both creating an annual action plan and then all the way through to the end in the CAPER. Sorry to air this in public. One small thing, and that's that the link in the presentation is broken.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's community with 3 M's. So just for anyone, any member of the public who's looking to do it, you can click the link. Just take out one of the M's.
Oh, and we checked it too. Okay.
Just because I want to make sure that the public has the opportunity to comment if they want to before the submission to HUD on the 29th of November.
And so I would then just go to the city's website, our department, under forms and notices. It's the first link.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Ms. Prime, we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have Ms. Osmond that signed up to speak on this item. Ms. Osmond, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
So some of the council persons know I have a long history with the issues within community human development. And although there might be some shining examples, there are a lot of horror stories that have come out of the department. I'm not the only one. Mr. Acevedo is very aware of those. Mr. Fierro, Mr. Canales, you all received those emails back then. John Mack is very aware, so is Ms. Neiman. Since they received all of those emails, how people in that department were sent packing, HUD had to come in, do investigations. And I've spoken to Ms. Rodriguez at the Neighborhood Summit in regards to how some of their community engagement is only with the Neighborhood Coalition, who does not, although they try to claim, does not represent all of the neighborhood associations. Not only that, but some of that community engagement with neighborhood associations is highly lacking, because most of them have no clue that they're being lumped in with this and they don't know what's going on. But this program, there's a lot of flaws with various parts of it. You all can try to gaslight the community, but a lot of FOIA records, even though the city attorney's office tried not to get stuff out, show a lot of the ill practices in that department. I'm curious how the funding or lack of funding that may, on the federal level, affect future. But this only has, although she said it closes out the last 5 years, it only has the last 2 years. So the issues with, say, Ms. Gran or myself don't seem to be included, or I'd like to find out how it is that I can find out whether the application I was approved for in those funds but never received, if that went up to HUD and the city actually did receive those funds. How is a recipient supposed to confirm that? Is that going to be on the website as well? Because all of this has been public and will continue to be public. Because federal funds should not be misappropriated. I spoke with Veronica Escobar about this, and Mr. Acevedo is fully aware. She didn't like what she saw. So I hope y'all consider, instead of just singing praises,
Thank you, Ms. Osman.
that something actually be
Thank you,
done.
ma'am.
Ms. Bryan, let's take item number 33.
Yes, sir. Item 33 is presentation and discussion on the Environmental Services Department 5-year capital improvement plan.
Good afternoon.
Back for round 2, huh?
Yes, sir. Nicholas Ibarra with Environmental Services. I'm just here to present on the 5-year capital improvement plan projections. So just an overall, environmental services operational capital purchases are funded through our solid waste fee. That is the $21.50 monthly fee that you see on your water bill, which covers our operational costs and our funding for our capital improvement purchases annually. Purchased through the fund balance are capital equipment and capital projects. Just on an annual capital equipment purchases, garbage trucks on annual basis, we purchase anywhere from 16 to 18, which include a minimum of 15 ASLs, which is the automated side loaders. Those are the trash trucks that pick up the cans at the properties with the arm on the side. And then we purchase 2 to 3 rear loaders, which we do for neighborhood alley pickups throughout the city. Each one of those vehicles runs about $500,000 for each one. So they are quite costly, and we replace them on an 8-year annual basis to get new vehicles in. So we're ordering every year and retiring 15 to 60 trucks on an annual basis. Then for landfill equipment, that varies. We have 13 different pieces of equipment at the Greater El Paso landfill, ranging from dozers, compactors, loaders, scrapers, all different types. Those costs range from anywhere from $750,000 to $1.4 million for each one of those pieces of equipment. So once again, those have the average lifespan of about 8 to 10 years at the landfill. As you see, both our trash trucks and our landfill equipment take a beating when it comes to the work they do on a daily basis. And then for Clean El Paso, we buy equipment anywhere from 10 to 15 pieces. Those vary from grab balls, stake bed trucks, and different vehicles like that, skid loaders. And we buy 10 to 15 on an annual basis. And this is all purchased through our fund balance, through the money we collect through the environmental fee. We buy everything cash on hand. We don't lease or do contracts for any of we buy everything up front. So it saves the city a lot of money, and we're able to keep our costs low on the on the solid waste fee that we collect monthly, since we're buying everything per cash. So currently we have 3 projects in design, 1 project in design and 2 in construction, just providing updates on those. The Greater El Paso landfill cells 15 through 20. The notice to proceed, which was the start of construction, was January 29th of this year. We're excavating 2.5 million cubic yards at the Greater El Paso landfill. Those are cells 15 through 20, and it's about 65 acres that are being lined. This will provide the city 12 years of disposal capacity, and with an estimated completion of spring of 2025. The total cost of construction was $17.5 million. Next is the Hondo Pass Citizen Collection Station. We received a notice to proceed to start construction on September 23rd. We are doing this is the elevated citizen collection stations, where it'll be 17 bays. This will allow residents to drive up on top of the platform and be able to unload their vehicles without having to lift over the containers, be dumping down into the bays. It'll include a country store like we have at our Confederate site, and what our country store is a reuse store. So if our employees see any couches, bikes, furniture, anything that could be pulled out and given back to the community, they'll pull them out, clean them up, and have them in our country store for residents to use for future needs. And all residents need to do is sign a waiver form if they want to collect any of those pieces of furniture, couches, toys. It's all sorts of stuff that we get at those country stores. And then a containers building. So we have our containers group that does the blue bins and gray bins throughout the city. We're just adding another location for them in the Northeast to provide better service in the Central Northeast, because all of it currently comes out of our Lower Valley office. So we're trying to expand for all the city areas to make sure we get a quick service for all the city. The Hondo Pass Citizen Collection Station will be completed in December of 25, and it's approximately a total cost of $4 million. We're currently in design for the Doniphan Citizen Collection Station. It'll be behind the Doniphan Municipal Service Center that we currently have on the west side of El Paso. It's the exact same design as the Hondo Pass Citizen Collection Station, where we'll have a country store, a containers building. We're currently at 90% design, with an estimated 100% design completion in the spring of 2026 and a construction start in the fall of 2026. The engineer provided an estimated construction cost of $6 million. It's a little bit higher than the previous ones because we have a little bit more of an entrance road since we're going a little further into the property, and then we try to upgrade some of the features that we have on the citizen collection stations. So as for our 5-year capital improvement plan, first is the new landfill permit that we hope to start in FY26. So the city of El Paso currently owns 1,200 acres adjacent to the greater El Paso landfill. For a new permit, it takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years, because although we're just trying to permit right next to our current landfill, it still requires all new studies for that individual land that we'll be permitting. Once completed, this new permit will provide the city approximately 100+ years of disposal capacity. The overall cost of the new permit will be anywhere from $3 to $5 million. It varies depending on the studies. If they do find anything like archaeological in the facility, wetlands, or anything, fault studies that we might have to do additionally, we'll raise it from the $3 million to the $5 million, depending on what they find through the initial studies. We're planning to start procurement on this project in the spring of 2026. This is the outline of the 1,200 acres that were purchased by Environmental Services in 2009, and this will be the footprint of the new landfill, as you can see, right adjacent to the greater El Paso landfill currently. Next would be the Eastside Municipal Service Center. City of El Paso Environmental Service purchased 24 acres in FY24. This is north of Bob Hope and Loop 375. We'll be designing a new MSC for environmental services, streets and maintenance, and parks for a corral, so employees could have a location to collect materials, fuel, and it just provide a closer environment for them to have their corrals there and be able to show up to work and be closer to the areas that they're servicing on the Far East Side, and reduce costs and just overall gas transport. The design for the project is we currently have $1 million budgeted for the FY26. We'll be starting procurement soon, and estimated construction would be start of fall of 2027. This is just the general outline layout of the facility. There'd be a municipal service center, a new citizen collection station, parking for all the heavy equipment, places for soil, rocks, different items, grass that is used by Parks and Rec, and then a fueling station and new fleet maintenance facilities for staff. And this is the proposed design layout in the front that was provided to us by CID. And like I mentioned, this will provide offices, heavy equipment fleet service center, lube and tire shops, fueling stations, soil stockpiles, ASL automatic side loader, and large vehicle parking, and a new citizen collection station. As I mentioned, $1 million has been allocated for the design. Next is the Delta Transfer Center hydraulic replacement. We have the Delta Transfer Station located next to Modesto Park. It's been in operation since 1974, and what it's used for is all the citizen collection station vehicles will go drop off the trash there and return to their citizen collection station so they could empty on a quicker basis. And an 18-wheeler will either deliver the trash from the Delta Center to the Camino Real landfill in Sunland Park, or take it to our landfill depending on the day. And it's pretty much just to save our vehicles time going back and forth to the citizen collection stations. What we'll be doing there is replacing the hydraulic pumps that are approximately 20 years old at an estimated cost of $150,000, and we'll be looking at doing that this summer. Next is the landfill entrance road rebuild, predicted for FY 28-29. Originally constructed in 2012, it's a 2-lane highway, approximately 1.25 miles long. We average about 500 heavy vehicles on a daily basis. We're looking at a design of the fall of 2027 with a construction the summer of 2028 with an estimated cost of $2.9 million. And last is the Lafayette Heavy Duty Fleet Maintenance Shop. At Lafayette, they've been using the same heavy duty fleet shop for quite a while now. It needs a lot of repairs, and since Environmental Services uses CNG, compressed natural gas on some of their vehicles, we need to update their shop to have the right exhaust systems and equipment for staff there. We're looking at a 4-bay maintenance shop, total 8 spaces with a lube pit, fluid storage, compressor room, air and fluid dispensing systems through all the bays, and a 5-ton overhead crane system, and a fabrication shop for their welders. We're looking at an estimated cost of $6 million, estimated design start of fall of 2029, and construction start of fall of 2030. And are there any questions?
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to let you know we haven't historically shown this presentation, and we're going to be showing all of capital. But I think it's important, since we have made adjustments to the fees to be able to pay for this, that the dollars that we're collecting through those fees are paying for everything. Nothing in this department is being financed in any way. So as you're seeing that future 5-year plan, that's where those dollars are going to be allocated. And so we just wanted to make sure we have this on the record for the public as well.
Very good. Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Mack, and thank you, Nick. Actually, I was just about to ask that because of the Citizen Collection Center off of Donovan. So that's being funded through the solid waste fee?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And you said it's going to be right next to another building.
So we have the MSC off of Donovan. Right behind it is where the new Citizen Collection Station will go. We have an entrance road right now where our trash trucks currently park. That entrance road is going to be used to go to the Citizen Collection Station behind the facilities.
But the facility's not going to be upgraded in any way.
No,
just
it's a brand new facility off of Donovan. Currently, they have to drive into 121 Atlantic to use that.
Yes, right next to Keystone.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've been in touch with the property owners next door. That's why the design is a certain way where our buildings are abutting Keystone to prevent a view of the facility.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nick. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Representative Acevedo?
Thank you, Mayor. So, just for clarification, the whole presentation has different costs that you're doing. That's all coming from the monthly solid waste fee?
Correct.
Okay. Including the road reconstruction that you're doing for the entrance?
Yes, at the landfill, yes.
Okay. Have we made any progress on opening the citizen collection sites to more people?
Yes, we're working on the app to get the app finalized. That's something we're still working on with IT. That way we could, because we would need to sell the passes through the app to open it up to other individuals, and we're working with IT to get that completed. It's taken a little time to get that done, but we are still working on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Nick? Nick, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Bryant, item 34.
Yes, sir. And council, there was a glitch with the voting software, so please make sure you can log in again. If not, let us know so we can get IT. Item 34 is discussion and action on a resolution to approve the Destination El Paso Capital Improvement Plan FY 2025 through FY 2026 in the estimated total projects cost amount of $4.16 million, and to authorize the city manager or designee to make all necessary budget transfer prior to the execution of the projects.
This is another one that we hadn't historically brought to council. We want to make that an annual thing as well.
Okay. Good afternoon, Jose.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jose Garcia, President and CEO for Destination El Paso, here to discuss Destination El Paso's capital improvement projects for fiscal year 26. Our capital improvement projects are funded through the hotel occupancy tax. It's 2.5% collected for this purpose, and it's in the range of $4.2 million. We'll be going over all the venues that will be applied to this from this fund. We'll go over the strategic planning. As Ms. Mack said, this is the first time we're presenting to council. We'll do a look back on completed projects, and then we'll go and do an overview of the projects that we have planned for FY 26. Destination El Paso manages 8 venues for the city of El Paso. We'll be primarily focused on our downtown facilities. All our downtown facilities are aged. If you think about the Plaza Theater was born in 1930 and refurbished in 2006, which makes it almost 20 years old. Next year, the Convention Center, completed in 1972, makes it older than I am. And then we have the Chavez Theater, which was finished in 1974 as well. McKelligan Canyon Amphitheater's bicentennial facility, finished in 1976. And then the El Paso Water Parks. We won't be talking about the water parks today, or McKelligan Canyon Amphitheater. Our focus primarily is operational readiness for our facilities. Our facilities are booked years in advance. The theaters are booked months and months in advance. So we really need to make sure that we keep the doors open and the facilities running. As you saw, we only have $4.2 million to do that with. But also making sure that our guests have a great experience. So you'll be hearing me talk a little bit about that today. As Ms. Mack said, a little shift in how we did it in the past. We would attach our capital plan to our budget, and then we discuss it in front of council when we discussed our overall budget. But this way we have obviously more transparency, we have more alignment with the city priorities, and I think that'll just make everybody happy moving forward. Kind of just a quick look back on different projects that we've completed. One of the things is our HVAC, continued replacement, continued improvement, continued upgrades. This goes from the Plaza Theater, the Chavez Theater, and the Convention Center. The Chavez and the Convention Center are all on the same system. We installed some new audiovisual in the Chavez Theater. We purchased an LED screen. Again, that's to enhance the guest experience. We updated the parking automation system in our parking garage. And then we also put in some new equipment in the kitchen. And you'll see that looking forward. We have more kitchen improvements planned for this fiscal year. And then, of course, we assisted in purchasing the properties for the Convention Center expansion. Okay, so now getting more into a deep dive into our upcoming projects. As a kind of an overview, so again, our facilities are aged, right? And we only have $4.2 million to work with to spread it across to make sure that our guests have an incredible experience when they come visit us, but also that we do stay operational. So again, modernizing our HVAC, automation, we'll talk more about that. Fire and life safety system improvements, replacement, that's always important. Talk about energy saving solar array on the Convention Center roof, infrastructure renewal, plumbing, electrical, the like, and then enhancement of guest-facing amenities. And so we're just going to kind of take a deeper dive into what our planning is. So first, there's no order, there's just the number of slides there are. So the Plaza Theater will undergo an HVAC modernization. The Plaza Theater is the crown jewel of El Paso, and we like to treat her as such. We'll be replacing her 2 chillers, water pumps and valves. Additionally, we will upgrade the controllers, thermostats. Those will help improve operation and reduce operational costs. We are looking to spend $660,000 on that project. Similarly, the Convention Center will receive HVAC and controls upgrade to ensure guest comfort and energy efficiency. We will be replacing water pumps, valve assemblies, actuators, and then again, these help us improve with operation and help us reduce energy costs. We're estimating $1.25 million for these improvements. On the fire and life safety side, safety and security is always paramount to what we do with our facilities. Our fire and life safety system improvements help us ensure that our guests and clients are safe and secure. Again, we have a lot of buildings, they're very old, and they all have aging equipment and systems. So this is an ongoing process for us. And so we'll be replacing fire detectors, alarms, control panels. This project, we're estimating around $100,000. For our kitchen improvements, again, food and beverage is one of our largest revenue producers for the Convention Center. We continue to to serve bigger events throughout the year. And so we want to spend about $90,000 on some new kitchen equipment. This kitchen equipment includes a rationale oven and fryers to help support our kitchen operation and to take care of the operation of larger events. And then the convention center solar project. I could go on about this, but it kind of dovetails into what Fernando had to say earlier, so we're really proud of that. And so we've done a lot of sustainability projects in the past, LED lighting retrofits in the Chavez, the convention center, the parking garage, installing new low-flow automatic faucets and flushers in the restrooms. The convention center has 83,000 square feet of roof space, which makes it ideal for a solar array. And so we want to spend $1.6 million on a renewable energy solar panels to the convention center roof. We're looking at a reduction in 40% of the facility's energy usage, removing 9.5 million pounds of CO2 over 25 years, and then other key benefits. And as we say, those who can should. This is another one of the projects that aligns not only with what our vision is with our facilities in terms of lowering operational costs, but also the city's overall climate action plan. And then the Sky Garden and Philanthropy. The Alcantar Sky Garden sits on top of the Philanthropy Theater. And so the roof and the floor of the Alcantar Sky Garden has had some challenges, exacerbated by this year's monsoon season. So we need to replace the Alcantar Sky Garden and the roof, and then put it all back together. And that project will be about $138,000, and that'll just ensure that the Philanthropy Theater is secure from outside rain and elements. Overall, you know, again, I've said it once, I've said it probably 5 times. The facilities are old, right? They're average over 50 years old. So a lot of the electrical systems, a lot of the plumbing systems are the originals. So we want to replace panel breakers in the parking garage, and we want to continue with the replacement of the cast iron plumbing. Cast iron and plumbing through the years have just continues to collapse, creates clogs and such. And then we want to replace the ventilation system in the parking garage. That just improves the breathing air in the parking garage. And we're looking at $240,000 for this project. Going on to the theaters, the Chavez Theater and the Plaza Theater, their drapes are very old. They're about 20 years old. And so we want to replace the main stage, backstage drapes. What that does, that helps with safety, fire safety, obviously, but it also helps with the overall look of the theaters. And for both theaters, the drapes, we're looking at $60,000 for replacement costs for the theater drapes. And then moving on, for our last one, in our emergency generator room, we want to install a 5-ton air conditioner. This will help to prevent the overheating of the electrical panels that are on the inside. And this was a recommendation by a risk management assessment, and this project is estimated to cost $20,000. And so you can see here just kind of an overall summary, looking at $4.16 million in capital improvement projects. And with that, I stand for questions.
You've been busy, Jose, or you're going to be busy.
Yes, sir. You know, duct tape and baling wire, Mayor.
Yeah,
it goes a long way.
I get it. Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. Jose, I tried to do a real quick summary here, but I guess it was on the first few pages where you told us of all of the venues that are covered, that you all cover. There's obviously the El Paso water parks are the newest, and so there's the least amount of maintenance or upkeep. Even the McKellican Canyon Amphitheater, nothing was stated about it. Representative Fierro several weeks ago brought forth this rumor that he had heard that the Abraham Chavez Theater was destined for destruction, demolition. And immediately it was like, no. That's going to be preserved. That council action several years ago said, no, that's not going to happen. When I look at all the expenditures, Abraham Chavez Theater is going to get $30,000 for curtains. It is not ADA accessible. It has a roof that has been leaking for many, many years unless it was completely replaced. The green room is in terrible condition. Why are there no more funds allocated to the Abraham Chavez Theater?
Oh, Rep, that's a great question. The Chavez is one of my favorite of our facilities. You know, when we do improvements to the HVA system, it does include the Chavez Theater, so it's a lot more than that. The Abraham Chavez Theater is very special in that how it was constructed, and it was constructed with a lot of asbestos. Okay. And so I think in 2016, if I was correct, there was a study on what could be done to the Chavez Theater. It was a big number. It was like $25 million, and primarily because of the way it was constructed, the asbestos, so on and so forth. That was 2016. But we've done a lot with the Chavez Theater. We installed a new sound system. We did seal the roof the last couple of years. We resealed the roof. We redid the fire suppression system on stage. 2 years ago, a year ago, we updated the IT. We did a complete IT upgrade in there. And then we've replaced the expansion joints. Of course, those are aging. So a lot of work has gone into the Chavez Theater. A lot of it gets included in that convention center Chavez Theater campus because a lot of the systems are integrated together.
Okay, but it's still not ADA accessible. And in 2016, that was one of the things that was being addressed, of making it a facility owned by the city that would be ADA accessible. There's a tremendous amount of respect that I have for the theater, named after our maestro, Abraham Chavez. And so the thought that it's going to be demolished, or even the rare thought of that, really is something that I take in a very personal note. But let me ask you, Jose, so $4.2 million is allocated to run these venues, correct?
For capital projects.
It's for capital projects.
Yeah, just for capital projects out of the hotel occupancy tax.
Okay. How much money does the city get from the rentals and the use of all of these facilities?
Oh, I don't have the number off the top of my head. I could get that for you, though.
Okay, so you run the venues and then you report a certain amount of money back to the city, for the city.
Correct. Every dollar that our venues make is a city dollar. So yes, I can get you that number on exactly what the Chavez makes, exactly what the Plaza makes, exactly what the convention center makes. I can get that for you.
I would really like that, and I would be especially interested in seeing how much money is generated by the water parks. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, one of the water parks was built into my former district against the demands or the wants of that community who wanted to maintain a swimming pool. This water park was built, and it has become extremely inaccessible to the community because of the cost. So I'd be really interested in getting those numbers. So how much does the city pay you or your organization on a contract?
On a contract basis, in terms of the management fee?
Yes, how much is that?
About $450,000 a year.
Okay, that's for all the employees and everybody.
That's the management fee, yeah. Correct. Well, that's the management fee.
Okay.
Through revenue and hotel occupancy tax, we fund the operation.
If I may, ma'am, Ben Fife, Managing Director, Quality of Life. We'd be happy to actually prepare a briefing in your office to be able to go over all the facilities, look at the revenue, and then also show you what the contract states in terms of the management fee, utilities, where those funds all come from.
That would be real good, but for the whole council. I think that there may be council members that are not aware how the whole operation functions. That would be very good if you could do that for us.
We have it from budget, and so we can bring that back with some additional questions. And we'll also clarify that the water parks are really our facilities separate from this contract. So we have two different contracts.
Good.
Happy to do that.
In fact, actually, we were just discussing right now that Destination El Paso presents or prepares an annual report that goes out to the community. We've never brought that to the council. It just sort of lives online. Jose was actually asking when we could do that for the first time.
Good.
So I think in January we could do that and actually prepare a larger brief just so everyone has an understanding of that.
That would be good. Thank you. Thank you, Jose, very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Jose. This is what, your third time before council?
This year.
Okay, this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I know you were counting the first time. I wanted to ask you about the 1.25 million going into the convention center for HVAC. Is that going to be a Band-Aid, or is that going to be a solution for the cooling issues that we saw last summer when the Democratic Convention was here?
It's a very good question, Dr. Acevedo. This will make a big impact on the improvements for the HVAC. It's kind of anecdotally, not anecdotally, I guess, the most important part of a building is its roof. Here in El Paso, the second most important part is the cooling, the chillers, and the HVAC. Of the days we have over 90 degrees, it's very hot. And so I wouldn't say this is a Band-Aid, but this is a significant step in the improvement so that we get these systems replaced, these components replaced, so that we don't have what happened at the State Democratic Convention happen again.
Okay, that's good to hear. I guess we'll see how it goes. And I just think that the convention center, economic development, all of that is so important to me that we're showing off our community, and then stuff like that happens and everybody gets that first impression. For many of them, they had never been here, right? And that's what they walk away with, and then they go to the rest of the state and they say, well, it was really hot and it was a really bad facility and we're never going back to El Paso. I don't want people to have that impression, right? And so
absolutely,
I know you agree, and it's not anything with your leadership or your management. It's the money factor and how we approach this and how much money is going into this because of the way money is set up to go into these facilities. And as I'm looking through what you want to do, these are all great projects. They're very needed, and I'm not opposed to any of what you're doing here, but I feel that you're getting to a point where it might be a good time to start going into the community and showing them what's happening at these facilities, because a lot of people are seeing stuff, online, or the news will say we're buying buildings or we're doing this, and there hasn't been a community component. And I would even encourage maybe taking people on tours and showing them this is how bad the facilities are, and this is what we need to do to get to a better state. And a lot of this, which Ms. Mack will likely chime in and say, these are capital improvements that we're going to need a bond for to fix, right? Every time I bring up opening one of my pools in my district, that's the answer. And I think here is the same thing with Abraham Chavez. Tens of millions of dollars are needed to put that into a better shape, because as soon as you start hitting a wall and asbestos comes out, then it's millions of dollars just to clean that up. And so I'm wondering how we can do that, because at the same time, what I think will yield from those community conversations is that buy-in from them to see, okay, yeah, they're in bad shape, we need to invest in them, and we're on board.
So we're in the process of laying out, I'm working on so
yeah.
a 5-year plan. So I think this is his 1 year, so I wanted you to sort of see what that looks like. That we're already planning for what the expansion might look like, but wanting to make sure that we're being cognizant of the other requirements, being that this is a very aged campus, and making sure that you can see that very clearly. Then we can understand what the annual dollars will need to be. Then we can look at more wholly, I think, the financing. I think what you really see listed here is very much maintenance. It's about the day-to-day. It isn't that really big capital investment to say we're talking about major reconstruction of an area. And I think that's probably where we are right now in terms of needing to have that discussion so we know what that looks like. I will be seeing some preliminary things next month. So I think, within the by spring, we will have something that we're ready to sort of have a roadshow or have a discussion with you all.
Okay, and can there be a community component to that so the community knows what's happening?
I think when we come back early in the year with that annual report, I think we can provide a more holistic view of some of the challenges we face. I would just want to say, though, that I would be very hesitant to make it seem like we're not competitive. Remember, we still need to sell these facilities.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very delicate conversation, but I think as you heard the city manager say, I think as you heard Jose say, a lot of these decisions are really on the operations and making sure we can still turn the lights on, we can still be, get the revenue in that we need to on these facilities, but there are a lot of needs. And as you mentioned, every time you hit a wall, you do something, oftentimes because of the age of these facilities, you find other issues. It's like having an older home.
Yeah, and I don't want to lose the competitiveness, and also you've done wonders with what you've been doing, right? And having a Jose and Brooke duo everywhere, bringing stuff still in is a big deal. But we also have to have those hard conversations, right? And I appreciate this maintenance, but I think it's time to start having this conversation on capital improvements for this area.
I would also just say, sir, as you saw earlier today, discussion about hotel occupancy tax, and every time we're not collecting those fees or not being aggressive enough, it does mean less funds that we have here. Or if there were other sources to be able to collect occupancy tax, every little bit would help.
And that's a great point, and I agree with you 100%. I'm just getting impatient and anxious about, I want a lot of people here. I want our sales tax to go up. I want to get to a real place where we can actually deliver tax relief for our constituents. And I feel like this is a big key to that puzzle that we all need to solve.
And the good news with the state Democratic Convention, we're in conversations with hopefully for 2028. So that's good news.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to sound like a broken record today in saying, aside from the water parks, all of the rest of the facilities are in my district. You've done a great job of keeping me updated on the needs and the operations and the status. I'm happy to see that you'll be presenting or there's a plan to get you to come present that annual report. You've come to my community meeting in the past and presented that for the public, and it still remains one of their favorite presentations, because I think a lot of them had no idea how involved you are in programming these facilities and making sure that they have a steady stream of events and happy guests. And so I think everybody will benefit from hearing that. And I'd love to have you back at my meeting too.
Of course. Clearly, there's a lot of need. I was also going to ask a question about the Chavez Theater. I think we've spoken about it before. I've spoken about it with others as well. It has a lot of needs. It is a large undertaking, and I understand that's probably why a lot of this funding isn't going toward more wholesale changes to that facility. I mean, is it correct to say they will cost a whole lot more than maybe what is on offer year to year for this type of maintenance? Exactly. Just any one of the issues that the Chavez Theater has is more than our entire annual capital budget, and so it's just it's a bigger picture item that that there needs to have a conversation with, but none of the kind of as you put it, wholesale needs that the Chavez has can be solved with even a whole year's worth of capital that we have through the hotel occupancy tax.
Okay, well then I will join my neighbor here in saying I think because of what we've heard in recent days, recent weeks, I will say very clearly, I think the city still remains, at least I do, remains very committed to the long-term future of the Chavez Theater. It's really a beautiful facility that has a lot of history in the community, and there's, despite what might be out there floating around on the internet, there is absolutely no plan for anything bad to happen to that facility. We will look to fix that into the future.
And it's an active theater. You know, it does 40 shows a year, so it's a very
Absolutely.
active theater.
Well, appreciate all the work on this program and on everything else, and we'll hopefully be able to. If it's not this year, we'll welcome you back in January to kick us off with your annual report.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mack, the last time we were talking about social media rumors, you read an ordinance that the council had put in 2012 about not being done.
Yes.
Doing okay.
October of 2012.
What would it take to demolish the theater?
Council would have to reverse that resolution and give staff direction in terms
So
of. how to
5
move forward.
people up here, and all of us love the theater, would have to jump to the other side and say, we want to demolish that tomorrow.
Correct. And
Okay, and I don't believe that there's 5 people up here that would do that. So there really is nothing to these rumors. They're just a way to get followers engaged in some sort of angry conversation.
Correct.
That was asking for a legal opinion on that.
And we see other cities that are doing full campuses. You know, we've never said we were looking at, nor do we have a capacity to do, a full campus in terms of any types of improvements. And so I think we've been pretty transparent about where we think improvements will go.
Sure. No, and Jose, hats off to you and your team, because what you all do with the resources that you have are amazing. The only thing I would suggest that might be able to help you, along with that, what'd you say, chicken wire or hangers or?
It's an old ranching term.
Well, but I think you should add some WD-40.
Okay.
Then you'll be able to get more out of it. But thank you and your team for everything you're doing, and thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Representative Chavez.
Jose, thank you so much for the presentation, for always bringing your energy and your spirit to council, but most of all for being so hospitable to the people that visit our city and for doing the best that you can with the resources you have. Your team is phenomenal, and I commend you for all of that. I do have one small request, if you're able to say yes, and invite me to see that rationale oven once you get it.
That'll be very easy to do.
I
You might
can't
have to
wait.
teach us how to use it. I'm just kidding.
No. You
So
have
it's
a
cool-
a
yeah,
great team in that kitchen. I know
It's
that.
gonna be a cool piece of equipment that'll help us operationally. in the
Okay,
kitchen.
and just FYI, if anybody doesn't have some concha pantuflas, you need to buy some. They're the best. It's like almost the best moment of my day when I get home and I put those on.
You can get those at the Visitor Information Center
Wow.
downtown.
Yes, I highly recommend them. Thank you, Jose.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jose, also thank you for all the work and your team. How long have you been with the organization now, Jose, or how long have you been in El Paso for?
4 years now.
Cool.
So November 16th was 4 years.
And I'll say ever since, you took that leadership role and moved here to El Paso, I've seen a lot of great work happen at the convention center and all other facilities that you all manage. So thank you for all the great work that has taken place. It also reflects with your team and the culture that your team carries. It's very great to see. I know that on the presentation, and I think this could be a question for Ms. Mack really quick. It does say the funding source is the Hot Capital Fund, and I know I had asked previously if you could kind of just explain what the Hot Capital Fund is, how it's generated, what its limitations are, what its intent is, if that's okay.
Robert.
I just think it's just, for those who are seeing the meeting, I think it's important for them to understand
Give
how.
the full breakdown of the 17.5%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could just highlight of how this fund is generated and
In
what its
30
intent
minutes or
is.
less, Robert, please.
The hotel occupancy tax. So as Jose started the conversation, there's a portion of the hotel occupancy tax that's set by ordinance by the city. So total 9%, 2.5% of that is dedicated for capital. And so that's the funding source for this presentation today. But obviously, as you've all been talking about, a lot of need in those facilities. But I think it's a bigger picture. I mean, a lot of the things that you're talking about today are things you've heard during the budget process this past year, the facility money that we have for all of our city facilities. 4.2 million doesn't seem like a lot for these. Reminder, during the budget process, you all approved 4.9 million for all of our other city facilities. So again, it's a very, very small pot of money that we're able to work with. But we are at advantage to where we do have at least a funding source to be able to take care of these facilities somewhat. Always looking to, again, how we can attract more events and conventions to be able to grow that source of revenue. But Jose does a fantastic job. So as you mentioned, there's a portion of that that's dedicated for capital projects.
Yeah, and where I'm trying to get to with this is that it's not the general fund.
Correct.
Therefore, it's the investment from visitors who are coming to El Paso, and that investment is going back into the investment of our facilities to even attract further, visitors and whatnot. Right.
Correct, which is why it's so important. Again, the economic development component it touches everything that we do as an organization. It really is sort of the highlight of what we do and why we do, because obviously the more you can bring in more visitors, people from El Paso, bring them back to El Paso. Obviously, you're generating more revenue from hotels and sales tax and mixed beverage, and everything is ultimately a benefit from those efforts. So, this again, just a key part of everything that we do to continue to grow the city.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Cortinas and Jose. Thank you again, and éxito.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Jose. I really appreciate it. And one thing so I've had a community meeting at Destination El Paso this year. It was amazing. I know that it might be a trek for some to get there, but I encourage it. It was great. I'm a firm believer when you take people to see the property, it does a lot. Like the impact is greater than just having Jose come to a meeting, just to be able to see the space, especially where you hosted us. So thank you for that. But also just a reminder that you were ranked number 23, I think the plaza is number 23 in the world.
Correct, a Billboard listing of facilities under 2,500 seats.
So considering that you do all of this with a small amount of capital that you have to improve these facilities is really amazing. Let me ask you, I had one question. Are you still on track for the 2% increase on hotel occupancy tax for 2026?
I think that number is
a little lower.
A little lower, but we'll see how that kind of ends up.
Okay.
At this point, I would, if I had to forecast the next 6 weeks, looking back, the last 7 months probably will be a little lower.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, is that Proveco still coming in 2026?
Provecho? Yeah, that's one of the, yes, ma'am, that's going to be one of the programs that we're going to be adding to our slate of events that we produce. Is going to be Provecho Amigos.
Can't wait. Thank you so much.
Well, Jose, thank you for all that you do. Just a couple quick things to kind of wrap this up, and then we're going to take a vote on this. I agree with Representative Acevedo. If you don't maintain your home over time, the expenses only get bigger. So these just don't exist in your community. You got to put money into these to keep them maintained. So, and the money has to come from somewhere. The money just doesn't come from a tree. I wish it did come from a tree, but it doesn't. Our parents have always told us money doesn't just fall off a tree. So, El Paso's open for business. We want more conventions here. We want more people to stay in our hotels. And that helps with this situation that we're kind of in today. I'm going to give you just a few more minutes to brag. Tell me how many days are you booked next year? Tell me the big conventions you have coming in, like LULAC, the NAACP, the awards you won. Tell us all the great stuff that you've done in a minute or less.
I appreciate that, Mayor. We do over 450 events a year, and we do about 500 event days. And that includes all types of events, everything in the theaters, everything in the convention center. We have big conventions. I was talking to Nick, he's already gone. Nick's, bringing his solid waste convention. That's going to be 500 people. At the end of April, we have the state's NAACP coming to El Paso. LULAC, we're working on a big NALEO bid, National Association of Latino Elected Officials. That's going to be a very big event for us, north of 1,000 people. And so we've got incredible shows lined up. We have an incredible Broadway season lined up, and we're looking already the year after next, the season after next for Broadway. And I just have to say, Pepe's here. He's our director of operations. You know, it's a labor of love for us. It truly is. And, you know, I've been here only 4 years. But you know, just following in big footsteps from Brian Crow, he did an incredible job in his tenure here. But everybody at Destination El Paso really puts their best foot forward every day. We always like to say that we're innovative and we're entrepreneurial, and that's how we approach every day. So no matter what level you're at in the organizational chart, you know, we put our best foot forward every day. We're looking for ways that we can improve. And, you know, how do we keep these buildings, you know, operational at a very high level? How do we keep the guest experience at a very high level? Part of our annual report will be sharing our survey scores that we have. The convention center, the theaters, they all have very, very good survey scores. So a lot of what we do is behind the scenes to make sure that the guests, the clients, the meeting planners, the promoters, you know, don't see the duct tape and the baling wire, right? And so I appreciate the city manager, Ben Five, DCM, Richard Bristol, of course, all of your support. It takes a village. We all, you know, we're all in this together. Destination El Paso is just really proud that we can manage the facilities for the city. And yes, look forward to next year and a lot more great things coming down the pike.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for an excellent job. With that said, I would entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second, Ms. Bryan.
Yes, so the motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, seconded by Representative Boyar Trejo. And this is to approve the resolution on item 34. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
All right, Ms. Bryan, let's take item number 36.
Yes, sir. Item 36 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager or designee be authorized to effectuate a budget transfer of $2,460,711.23 from investment interest and $2,152,066.39 from project savings for a total of $4,612,777.62 to complete the Eastside Regional Park Phase 2.
All right, is there a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion second. You want to run through the presentation?
We do have a presentation.
Sure. It's not long,
And
so.
Gilbert is going to deliver the presentation.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gilbert Guerrero with Capital Improvements. This presentation is for the budget transfer for the Eastside Regional Park Phase 2. The current budget right now, we have $10.4 million. The total budget required for the second phase of this project is $15 million, thus the $4.6 million budget increase that we're requesting approval of. Just to go over the scope of work, this is a park in addition to the existing park. This is phase 2 to the Beast, 650,000 square feet of area, approximately 15 acres. The scope will include a parking lot, food trucks, parking, walks, irrigation system, landscaping, restrooms, 4 softball fields, pickleball courts, bleachers, bike racks. The whole works on the second phase. Parks will acquire a grant as well, which it's going to allow us to also award the alternates. Additional 6 pickleball courts, 2 handball courts, 2 volleyball courts, and a basketball court, which now you got a complete park. So it was a great thing that they were able to acquire that grant and provide the overall project. As per the update, the actual cost and identified budget gaps, the budget transfer is in the amount of $4.6 million, and this is to fully fund the project. The construction estimate, the construction that we received, the proposal was for $12.8 million. The additional funding is required to make sure that we cover all additional costs, construction, management, inspection, administration, contingencies, everything that's required to run the whole project. And this is your project details. Again, the overall project is $15 million that we need to provide this great park. The funds that we have right now are $8.9 million, and thus, again, the variance of the 4.6 that we're requesting approval of the budget transfer.
Okay.
And with that short presentation.
I'm sure there's a proud rep up here, Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gilbert, Ms. Mack, and the entire team, and Sasha as well. I know I was briefed, and we've sat down and talked about this a couple of times. You know, we just finished having the presentation for the Climate Action Plan, and they shared that one of the priorities for the community are trees, green spaces, access to parks. And I know, you know, this project has been a vision for the Far East Side for the past 15, 20 years. It was part of the 2012 Quality of Life. It was part of the 2017 Capital Plan. And I cannot tell you how many individuals in my district have constantly asked me, hey, I bought this home when my kids were kids, you know, and this park was a vision, but now they're married, they've left, and the park's still not built. So I'm hoping that, you know, the council does approve this, just because it's going to be a project that is extremely important for the Far East Side. It being a project that has been in the queue for many years and overpromised. I think it's going to really set not just District 5, but El Paso even in a further better place when it comes to providing quality of life opportunities for our community. So thank you, Gilbert, and the entire team as well for working on this, and also, you know, in regards of the funding, it being interest savings and project savings, that it's not us asking for the funding from the community or the taxpayer through other avenues such as a bond or a certificate of obligation. It's strategically, you know, being funded for us to complete phase 2, something that not just District 5 needs, but that it deserves. Thank you.
Representative Lima.
Yes, so I'm trying to understand. The budget transfer, the funding is coming from where?
It's from investment interest, 2.4 million from investment interest and 2.1 from savings, PCB balance savings.
Okay, 2.4 from investment interest?
Yes.
Which means from where? Or better explanation, because I'm...
So it's coming from the savings, from the interest, investment interest that we are earning on the balance that we have in that fund. Currently, we have $47 million in that particular fund.
We have how much?
$47 million.
$47 million in there, in that budget. And
in
it's
the,
out...
in the fund.
In the fund. And the fund can be used for what?
For capital projects.
Any area?
Yes, we
Anywhere?
have multiple projects there.
Okay, so we have 47 million?
Yes.
In a fund for capital improvement projects.
That earns
You,
interest. At this
you're only using the interest from the fund. Is that correct?
To finish to complete this.
Gotcha.
Yes.
How much interest money is available beyond this amount?
$2.8 million.
There's $2.8 million more in there?
Its total is $2.8 million.
Help me. $2.8 million in interest money.
So currently we have $2.8 million interest there, and we are going to use $2.4 million from that.
Oh, there's 2.8 in there available, and we're going to use 2.4.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you determine the expenditure of those funds? How is it determined? For example, how is this determined?
So first of all, the investment interest can only be used on those projects included in that particular fund. So in this particular case, it's those projects included in this particular CIP. As far as the project being determined, it's whatever projects are in the queue. We have an existing project that needs additional funding. There's project savings that have been accumulated through other projects, and then combined with the investment interest. These are the amounts that are needed to complete these projects. It's not a new project. The Capital Improvement Department does the best they can to try to identify additional funding if they need it for a project that, for whatever reason, may have came in over, or whatever the case may be, to be able to finish out the project.
So, okay, so this is just more of a contingency fund. If there's not enough funding, there's this great big project that was determined, there wasn't enough money for the project, but now this particular interest fund is used to pay for the difference.
And we've used the investment interest. I mean, you've seen these on several agendas to help a wide range of different projects. So it's not just one or the other. I mean, we've used investment interest. We've been very fortunate that, and I know, Mayor, it was one of the first briefings that you had when you took office. Our Office of the Comptroller and the Treasury Administrator position, how critical that is. We're actually in the recruitment process for that position right now. Unfortunately, our Treasury Administrator is going to be retiring, a big loss, but we've gone through the interview process. But that plays a key role because what that role does is basically invest all of the funds that we have on hand to be able to generate additional revenue for the city, to be able to add to additional funding for these capital projects. So it's a really, really great benefit. And again, this is just one of the projects that you've seen be able to benefit from that revenue that we've been able to generate.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, Ms. Prime, call for the vote on 36.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Nino, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to approve the resolution on item 36. On that motion, call for the vote. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Fierro not present.
Okay, let's take item number 37.
Thank you,
Item
Council.
37 is discussion and action on a resolution that the city reviews and approves the 5-year capital improvements and maintenance plan for Municipal Management District Number 1. The approval constitutes the city's prior approval of the plan under Section 375.207B. The district may finance the improvements and issue bonds or other obligations for the projects identified in the approved plan without further city council approval, provided that all such financing complies with applicable law and the district's enabling legislation. Nothing in this resolution nor in the city's approval of the plan creates or constitutes any debt or liability of the city.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Boyer Trejo, seconded by Representative Limon to approve the resolution on item 37. On that motion, I'm sorry, we have public comment from Ms. Osman. Ms. Osman, go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
The reason I want to speak about this item is for public's awareness. It was a very hot button item back in 2018, and the general public who is not aware as much as they were back then as they are now. This happens to be the land swap issue with Paul Foster. I'm looking through all of this, and I'm looking through the plans, a couple of red flags. You know what? Just the red flag of they don't have to actually go back to city council for approval. Okay? So there's some projects in there. Does that mean that they could come in there and swap some of those projects out? How many of those projects that are in there will benefit Paul Foster in the Northeast in his development that's going to be out there? Because I'm looking at the document for, as far as donations, it's showing that there's none. Because you're using one department to another. But in all reality, there have been a lot of donations from the Fosters in his organizations. So it's somewhat misleading, very gaslit. And I can't understand how it is anything with the city is going through without city council approval every time. Because all that shows is that things are being hidden, getting under the rug, swept somewhere so that the public eyes don't see it. Because when it does come in front of city council, we can read all the documents. Anybody. Maybe you weren't interested in it in 2018, but you are now. And when it no longer comes in front of city council, the general public whose tax dollars all of this deals with can no longer see it. And I'm going to tell you, Karina has her name on this, but Karina also brought forth the Union Depot Amphitheater project, and that was riddled with issues. So for that department to be able to do anything without city council approval and public eyes on it is a huge red flag. Misleading, gaslighting, misappropriation of funds, all of that is exactly what citizens think about the city. And when you approve something like this, without having to bring it back in front of public eyes every time, you're the one
Thank you,
that's
Ms. Hausman.
assuring
You've reached
that
the
that's
3
why
minutes.
the public looks at it. that
Mayor,
way.
that concludes
Call for
public
the vote.
comment on this
Call
item.
for the vote, Ms. Bryant.
Yes, sir. Council, the voting session is open. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item 38.
And the final item is 38, and this is discussion and action on a resolution to establish and adopt a street program and to allow the city manager or designee to develop guidelines, provide the authority to sign related agreements, and establish funding sources to implement the program.
Motion to approve.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Of course, we've gone over this agenda item, me and Nick, the past week with you guys. We do have a presentation, and I do have Ms. Kelly Leva here, who's very eager to deliver that presentation.
Let's take a look.
All right, my name is Kelly Leva. I'm an engineer with the Streets and Maintenance Department. I'm here to present the Adopt a Street program. It's I'm a newbie, so I'm learning. All right, we're good. Okay. It's going to align with goal number 3 of the city's strategic plan, which is to improve the overall visual impression of our community. Just to give everyone a brief overview of the history of this program, it was branched off the Adopt a Highway initiative, which began in Tyler, Texas in 1985. It was geared towards volunteer groups cleaning up litter on the state-maintained roadways. It's a very successful program. Tens of thousands of miles are currently adopted, 70 segments alone here in El Paso. So it's very successful, clearly. Later on in the 80s, cities began implementing their own version of this program. Of course, this was more geared towards volunteers cleaning up city-maintained roadways. Fast forward to now, we're trying to implement this program here in our city. During our initial evaluation process, we researched over 20 cities. We narrowed it down to the top 10, 5 of the most populated cities here in Texas, and 5 nationwide cities with populations most comparable to us here in El Paso. For the assessment factors that we looked into for each city, we looked into the program guidelines, the ease of use of the application process, the level of support provided from the city to the volunteer groups. And we zeroed in on Phoenix, Arizona as an overall model because the ease of use of the application process was incredible. They have very similar resources to us here in El Paso. Right here, you'll see the top 10 cities that we did that deep dive on. 2 of them were private organizations, but the rest of them were city-managed programs. All of them had a web-based application process. All of them provided assistance to the volunteer groups. First being assistance with supplies, second being assistance with the waste removal. All of them provided recognition for the volunteer groups. One of them only provided a certificate at the end of the adoption period. However, the rest of them did provide a sign on the adopted street recognizing the volunteer group. The commitment term was between 1 and 2 years, more commonly being 2. The minimum cleanup frequency requirement was 4 or 6 times per year, more commonly being 4 times per year, once per quarter. Here we're just showing what we would be asking the volunteer groups to clean up, which would be the parkway only. We would not be asking them to go into the street or the medians, of course, for safety reasons. Here's just some general guidelines, some initial guidelines for citizen participation. Of course, we are gearing this towards everyone. We would like schools, churches, organizations, communities, anybody can apply, adopt a street, and start cleaning. For the adoptable spaces, we are looking at approximately 1-mile segments of collector streets and minor arterial streets only. For the application process, this is a really big one because we want citizens to have a very easy way to access this program and to follow through with it. So we would want to implement a QR code that takes them directly to an ArcGIS map where they can easily pick out their desired segment, fill out that application, send it in, get approval, and then they can start organizing their first cleaning. And then, of course, the overall outcome for this is for the citizens to come alongside the city and beautify El Paso. For startup costs, we're roughly approximating $2,000 per location. For cleanup supplies, we're looking at about $1,500 to supply a group of 10 people for 1 year. And then for trash pickup, this of course would be no cost to the citizens if they choose to use the collection station, as long as they obtain the pass. If they're requesting the street side pickup from ESD, it would be a minimum of $35. And then for the sign with installation, we are looking at $375 as a one-time cost. Moving forward, we're looking for a resolution approval. That way we can start setting the program guidelines, get some community engagement, launch a pilot project, and eventually the full deployment of the program. And right now we're just requesting council action to implement and establish the Adopt a Street program here in El Paso.
Very good. Representative Nino.
Yes.
Ms. Mack?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that
Oh.
this can be funded and staffed with existing resources.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly and staff. I've been looking forward to this conversation when I added the item. I think overall this is the first of many partnerships and collaborative efforts. I know the original item stated for Adopt a Street, Adopt a Median, Adopt a Parkway, Adopt a Park, Adopt a Spot, to help further bring that collaborative effort between the community and community pride. So I'm very grateful that you guys have put all of this information forward and together. And I know question for you, or I think that could be for ESD. They mentioned there was a $35 fee for the minimum ESD pickup, but would that be internal cost?
So that's internal cost.
Okay.
That we wouldn't be charging that to the groups. That would be coordination, and that's just the internal cost that we have for performing the pickup.
Perfect. Okay, great. No, I think this is great. I'm looking forward to, hopefully council supporting this action. I am going to be requesting from the city attorney's office to also help me draft a resolution to help kick off and pilot the program. I would, allocate $5,000 out of discretionary funds from District 5 to help kick it off. And I challenge some of my colleagues on here to also, if they're able to support that, to help, make the program successful, and also for all of us to adopt a portion of our district to, again, set the example and take that pride ownership of our community. And thank you guys for all the work that has taken into this as well. I could tell you I have 8 organizations that have already committed to adopting portions of District 5. So they're waiting and they're ready. Thank you.
That's great.
Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great. This is community collaboration. The community is looking to support and clean up El Paso as part of the efforts. And with what you mentioned earlier, as far as the ordinance for Keep El Paso Beautiful, I think it's going to go very well together. I would like to adopt the first street in my district, and I would also like to allocate some funds towards kicking off this project. Nino, I think this is great, and help launch this program to be supportive of this program and take the first steps towards this. Thank you.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nick and the team. I love the idea of the program very much. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions on it. You said that you mirrored your presentation to Phoenix.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Phoenix have a cost per location?
I could ask that. I've been in contact with the program manager over there, and she has been more than willing to provide any information that we need. So I can go ahead and ask her what that would cost. The only thing I asked is if it was a charge for the volunteer groups, and it was a free program to participate.
And that's really my only concern, because I really want the community to be able to participate. And if it's going to be $2,000 per mile, I would definitely want to chip in and do the first mile. But what I would love to see is a lot of participation. I have 20 neighborhood associations in my district. I just don't know how many of those neighborhood associations have $2,000 to pay towards cleaning a mile for 1 year, right?
No, so the $2,000 is what we're putting in to provide them the equipment. That's the gloves, the trash bags, the vests. That's a city internal cost. That's not.
So no one has to pay in to participate?
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. We can cover it, but of course, we will take your money because I've got to pay overtime for meetings.
Okay. Okay, I got it. I think when I got briefed, it was a different conversation.
Yeah, we
So
were just trying
for
to
whatever
figure out
reason.
what that actual cost was
Okay.
internally, so we can understand per mile, per year, what
Okay.
that looks like. And what I asked Randy was like, if you all are chipping in, can we do some first fancy signs, like the first mile or something? Because we have an
Okay.
excellent sign team, so.
So $2,000 would cover the kickoff, I guess, for 1
Correct.
mile.
And so
Is that
the,
right?
the estimate was that was the full cost of all of the vests, the safety equipment, all the things that we would give to up to 10 people in that volunteer group for 4 times per year. And then the 35 is the cost for what we would typically charge people when we did a private pickup anyway, right? And so
Yes,
that's kind of how
correct.
we estimated those numbers.
Okay, and then going forward, there will be like an application process, like you mentioned, online, and people will get vetted some way, somehow, to ensure that they're going to be responsible in the process.
Yeah, so we're going to have inspectors going around once they
Okay.
let us know they're going to have a cleanup to make sure we're going out there and they're performing the services that they're saying they're volunteering to do. And if we see after 1 or 2 cleanups that they really aren't doing anything out there, we'll remove the sign and unassign the segments of the miles and reassign them to somebody else that wants to volunteer at that
Okay.
point.
So how soon will this start?
We're looking at the springtime timeframe. We need the resolution today and then we can start finalizing all the details. We've been working on it for 6 to 8 weeks now, so we just need to finalize some few details towards the end.
Okay, sounds good. I'm excited, and I hope maybe you guys can come to a community meeting so we can talk a little bit more about it and get more people involved.
Yes, and I would just like to address one thing that you brought up, the cleanup report. Just to bank off of what Nick was saying, was that there is going to be a cleanup report that they have to fill out, and so we'll know exactly what they cleaned. And at the bottom of the cleanup report, they are going to have to attach photos of how many bags that they cleaned. And then I would like to implement a photo album on the website so that citizens can go see how the community is engaging, how much trash is actually being cleaned, just for further verification.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that this started perhaps like on a median concept of cleaning up, and you all shared how difficult and how unsafe it is. And so this is a really, really good idea. I'm very happy and I'm very excited about it. And you know, Randy and Nicholas, that when we sat in my office, I immediately said, I'm in. And so I will take your challenge because I already told them, even before coming here today, that I would allocate over my, almost like 3 years left, that I would allocate, Ms. Mack, the cost per location of $2,000 for 7 locations in District 7. So overall, it'll be $14,000 over 3 years. Everything
7.
has to be with 7, not 6, just 7.
That was good.
A lot of campaign.
That was good. Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I ask is we need clippers for the weeds, new gas weed eaters, because the other ones that we have are no good, and then long thorn-proof gloves. Those are the things that I request. Thank you.
Yes. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor.
Disappeared on me.
And in regards of the outreach efforts, I really will ask, city management and the staff to further engage with like the business community to see if there's any interest on their end as well, to see if they wish to participate. But again, I'm really excited for this program. I think it's about all of us providing solutions and again, building that pride, community pride amongst all of us. So looking forward to further collaboration, and thank you, Ms. Mack, and to Kelly and Randy and Nicholas and the entire team. Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. very supportive of this initiative, and I'm really happy to see this move forward. And I know it's been a few months since you brought it, Rep. Nino, and then now we're here, and there's a product, and it's really nice to see. As I'm looking at the costs, so the cleanup supplies, it says $1,500, group of 10 people, 4 cleanups per year. You're gonna buy supplies and then they turn them back into you, right? And so they could be used throughout, or just that clarifying thing.
So the supplies that we purchase for them, we're gonna give that to them, and they're gonna hold on to them through their entire year. That way, there's no back and forth, and if they need more, eventually we could work that out throughout the year.
Okay, so it's just that one time, and hopefully it lasts a few years, and they keep doing it, and
Yes.
then every group will get new set of tools.
Yes, every year.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And then I just kind of want to state that this is really the pilot projects that we want to take on with you guys coming up this year. So what we learn from it, we can really apply when we do the full rollout going next year. So.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you to staff for working on this and putting this out and giving something that is so willing to bring the pride back out. Not saying that there's no pride, we saw that earlier today, but really to bring that pride in the community that we live in. Thank you to Rep. Nino, especially. Thank you so much, Rep, for bringing this. We had a couple of discussions about your idea and what you were bringing initially, and it has grown to a tremendous effort. And I just wanted to say I'm so proud of you.
No, thank you. It was all of us. It was all of us. Thank you.
Super, super excited, guys. Can't wait to see this roll out. I mean, there's so many civic organizations, fraternities, and I think this is just the beginning of something really, really good for El Paso. Ms. Prine, I know we have public comment on this one.
Yes, sir. Ms. Osman, star 6, please. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Look, I love the idea of this. I brought up something similar to this during the last city council to try to get volunteers together to go and even clean areas within the various districts. Had a long conversation with people out of Rivera's office. Try to see if those council members would donate some from their discretionary funds to help volunteers. So I'm very thankful that there are some members on this council willing to do this. Now, mind you, is this helping city? Yes. That $1,500 is far less than if city workers are going out there and maintaining that themselves in comparison to $1,500 to a volunteer group. But I really wish that the same project would happen to help some of the seniors in your same areas take care of their properties as versus getting liens. I have brought this up, 3 years straight now? I'm glad that this project was brought up by Representative Nino. It's something that's come forth. But just so you know, citizens can't even get a hold of streets and maintenance. The fact that you're putting a QR code so that if there's an issue with any of these volunteer groups and they have to contact, I hope there's a set contact, because streets and maintenance phone number forwards over to 311. 311 can't get you in touch with anybody unless you know their actual name or you're filing a complaint. It's a huge issue between streets and maintenance, some of the complaints, and to try to actually ask pertinent questions on regulations, what you can and cannot do. Citizens cannot get a hold of streets and maintenance. It's ridiculous. But so if I adopted, say, Fort Boulevard, Mr. Acevedo, and wanted to take off those planters from the street that are illegal on the 3600 block of Fort Boulevard on the street that have been reported to streets and maintenance and not removed because there's irrigation lines coming off the curb, across the bike lane, onto the actual public roadway. Would those be able to be allowed to be removed? Well, what is going to be the regulations here? Because I know this program is helping the city, lower their cost, but I really hope the same program helps seniors in your community so that they don't get liens. Let's move this program up.
Thank you,
a bit
Ms.
more
Hausman. You've
forward
reached the
to help
3
the
minutes.
citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Prime, please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Nino, seconded by Representative Boyer Trejo to approve the resolution on item 38. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Limon? Aye. Thank you. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, City Council staff. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the city council meeting for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 is adjourned at 3:52 p.m. Thank you, council.